Hello, hello. So we got sidetracked about 6.5 minutes into the video last time, and we were talking it over, and we decided that we need to actually finish this video. So let me bring in the guest.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Hey,
Hey.
I know how you feel.
I am so disappointed that we're doing this. But
Yeah, it's unfortunate though that
Jam
Sully
Sully,
can't be
yeah,
here.
yeah. It's his trash fire that he started, and I guess we have to put it out. But
That's a good way of putting it.
yeah, I actually have a lot of mixed feelings about this because last time when we did start it and we got sidetracked and we did the Star Wars quiz, when we finished up, I was like, well, we should finish this. We finished the Star Wars quiz, but at that point, it was like 5-6 hours into the stream, and it was like, no,
Yeah.
we have to go to bed, which is reasonable. And so I wanted to finish it, and then I was really glad we didn't. When I woke up the next morning, I was like, oh, I'm glad we didn't do that. And then you were like, no, we should finish it, and I was like, dang it, you're right. So I'm here because we're gonna freaking finish it.
And
I'm
Jam Sully is
not happy
doing
about
other
it.
things that are more important than being on this stream.
Yeah, he's enjoying his time in Nashville. I'm jealous. I would love to go on a vacation. And he's about to take another vacation, the jerk. Well, I don't
Really?
actually I don't know if he's on vacation. But yeah, he's definitely about to take a vacation. Sometimes his work takes him long distances.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if he's on vacation or not. I would assume he is, but he might not be. But I know he's about to take a vacation, a freaking like 2 or 3 week long vacation. Because he's a jerk that likes to leave me stranded whenever I need stuff to do, and he's my only friend. So,
Well, I mean, he's got to do what he's got to do for work.
yeah, it's the only reason the Bear Thing Show exists is because I like to hang out with my friend, and I actually made a New Year's resolution that, gosh, what was that? Like almost 3 years ago now. My New Year's resolution was anytime I spend time with anybody or do anything, it's going to be productive. And so that's where the Bear Thing Show came from. Was because every time James and I hung out, we were like, well, okay, let's just record it and put it on the internet so that we're doing something besides just talking. Because it's literally, the Bear Thing Show is literally just something I've been doing for 20 years with James. It's just, sitting around and talking. So it's just, okay, let's be productive. Let's record it. And now you and I get to do that. Oh, which I want to go ahead and mention that I have successfully usurped this show and become the co-host.
It's kind of apparent at this point.
Which I love. I absolutely love it, dude. This is great. I love this format. I love the idea for this format. It's just something I don't think I would ever do on my channel. So I'm really excited that somebody I know decided to start doing that and invited me on. It's kind of serendipitous in a way. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm not excited about what we're doing tonight, but I'm glad to be here.
I mean, I like the format that like Adam and Sitch have.
It's good.
Spudcast and Literature Devil
EFAP.
whenever he's on, and EFAP as well.
EFAP. I'm a huge EFAP fan. Like, I've seen literally every single episode. Minus the gaming episodes, because I'm not that dedicated, because I don't give a crap about people playing video games. I play video games, so I don't need to watch someone else play video games. I think that's really weird.
Well, I watched the Resident Evil 8 playthrough with Mauler.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I watched it after I'd finished the game, and I just wanted his take on it, because I had mixed feelings about it. Because the story itself is very nonsensical, but it is also halfway through a trilogy.
That's kind of Resident Evil, though, isn't it? Resident Evil in general is kind of nonsense.
Well,
it's kind of like saying that's like saying Metal Gear Solid is nonsense, and it's like, yeah, it is. Like, that's kind of part of the story, is that it's just nonsense. There's vampires.
Yeah.
For no reason, just one. There's one vampire.
No, there's 4.
There's 4 vampires in Metal Gear Solid? I don't remember the others.
Oh wait, no, vampires in Metal Gear. No, yeah, there's only one.
There's just one. Yeah, in Metal Gear. Yeah. In Resident Evil, you're right. Yeah, there's 4 in the newest game. In 8, there's 4 vampires. Yeah. See, I waited instead of watching him play it. I waited because every time he plays a game and live streams it, I know that just means once he's finished, they're gonna do an EFAP episode about it, and that's what happened. So I just waited till he was done, and then I watched the 9-hour stream of him talking to 11 other or 10 other people about the game. Huh?
It was 12.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? You're talking about what was that number, 137, 138, something like that, where they sat down and just all they did was talk about Resident Evil 8.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just waited for that. I watched that whole stream. Yeah, I just watched that stream, and I was like, okay, I get a good idea of how the game works. Because honestly, I'm not that big of a Resident Evil fan. I think 4 seems really good, and 1 because I've only played 1, 2, and 4. No, and 5. I've played 1, 2, 4, and 5, and I thought 4 was good, and I thought 1 was good, and I didn't beat them because I'm not that dedicated, but I liked both of them gameplay wise because first off, they're very different. Very, very, very different.
Oh yeah, 4 is
from each
a
other.
turning point in the franchise, and 8 is
Absolutely.
just a remake of 4, essentially.
It seemed like 7, which 7 definitely caught my eye, but only because of the VR. I thought that would be a really interesting thing, but I'm not willing to dish out that kind of money for a VR. Maybe one day when it gets cheaper.
The reason I say Village is a remake of 4 is because it has the same setting. It has some of the same plot points, and it also has a lot of the mechanics of 4 brought back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So they kind of did 4.2 or 4.5. Sort of. Yeah. I mean, eventually they'll have to actually make a straight-up remake, right? Because didn't they redo 2?
And 3.
Yeah, see, exactly. Which, from what I understand, are the fan favorites. Or 2, 3, and 4 are the
Top
ones
tier.
Everybody says are the best. Yeah.
Yeah. They remastered 1 back in
I think I own it.
2003?
Yeah, I think I have that on my PlayStation.
Because it came out as a remaster on the GameCube, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And they fixed a lot of the issues that were part of it.
The pinnacle of gaming, the GameCube.
Oh yeah, man.
We peaked at the GameCube, and I okay. So to be more clear, I'm not saying the GameCube was the peak. That era when the GameCube was out, because I'm pretty sure that was still PlayStation 2/3. It was the end of the PS2 era, the beginning of the PS3 era, the end of the Xbox era, the beginning of the Xbox 360 era, the end of the 64, and the beginning of the GameCube. All of that era was the peak. That was the peak of gaming, and it's really gone downhill since then. It sucked a lot before, although don't get me wrong, there's a lot of great Super Nintendo games. There's a lot of great Sega games. There was a lot of really good games, but if you're going to talk literal top tier in every category from graphics to gameplay to storyline, we hit our peak, and everything's just gone downhill since then.
I'll give you that. I played a lot more games whenever it came to the Xbox 360 era and the PlayStation 2 era as well.
Fair enough. I mean, Dreamcast is still the best system of all time. I'm just saying. Dreamcast.
But the best controller is the Genesis controller.
Okay, all right, sure. I mean, I guess it depends on what you want from a controller. I mean, it depends. Okay, if you're going to talk about what was being released at the time, the way games were made at the time, then I could see your argument that the Genesis controller was the best.
It had a lot of buttons.
Yeah, 6 buttons, and then the 8 buttons, and then the 4 controller directions. So, which the D-pad I guess could technically be 16 or 8 as well. So it's 16, 18 buttons. That's a lot. That's a lot
It
for the
was really
time.
good for fighting games.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it was mirrored after the
Cabinet.
cabinets. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So like, yeah, I get you on that. Yeah, Genesis for that era probably the best. I would argue the 360 controller is the best controller ever made, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the 360 controller a lot. I still use it for games that I definitely cannot play with a keyboard and mouse because there are too many key bindings on it and require me to use the whole keyboard. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's why I thought it was weird when they made what was that, PUBG? They made PUBG on console, and I was like, how are you going to put all of Arma's key bindings into a controller? And
Right?
they showed me how, and it's awful.
It's kind of
it's
Apex.
go-
Apex plays decent on a controller,
yeah. I
but
mean, that's how I play it.
it feels so much more smooth with a
I would
keyboard.
imagine. Yeah, I would imagine. But like, what was the game I just made? Oh, Yeah, PUBG. So PUBG, their whole idea of like, how are we going to put this on a controller, was to go the route of Assassin's Creed, which works in Assassin's Creed because it's a single player. It's kind of slow. You don't really need too much reaction speed. You need a bit, for parrying or something, but you really don't need much reaction speed. Where PUBG decided to do the same thing, where it's like, okay, if you hold this button, so it's like the face buttons do these things. So like for the Xbox, to A, B, X, Y, right? They all do this thing. But then if you hold right trigger, they all change to do this thing. And so PUBG was like, we're going to do that, except it's going to be a first-person shooter against like 100 players or something. And it's like, this is not the right genre for, I need to hold this button to make my buttons do different things. And instead of just the face buttons changing, it's like if you hold, I don't remember now, but it's like basically like, we'll just say down on the D-pad. You hold down on the D-pad, every button does something different now. Like all 16 other buttons. So there you go. There's 32 buttons. You just have to hold this button to make the buttons do different buttons. And it's like, this is complicated. Why'd you do this? This is terrible. And
Yeah, if
some people like it though.
If you have multiple keys inputting or multiple key inputs at the same time in order to get your game to work with a controller, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Now combos in games,
completely different.
I understand.
Yeah, completely different, dude. That's completely different. Like in a fighting game, having to push 3 buttons at once to do a thing, that's fine. There's no problem with that. Because see, that's what I'm saying. Like Assassin's Creed's fine, and fighting games are fine because it's a whole different genre. But to be like first-person shooter, no, you can't have it where if I hold left trigger, it gives me a whole new set of buttons. Like this isn't gonna work. It's not fast enough, because that's why like something like Apex actually works, or Halo or Call of Duty, is because simplicity. You need to be able to quickly, you need to react within, a half second or whatever, or less, honestly. And so like if the controller is getting in the way because you have to push this button to do that action with another button, you've just ruined the whole process. Everything should just be one button away.
Everything should, and Halo did it well because they made it to where weren't they the first? Well, one of the first
console first-person shooter.
Yeah,
first. They weren't the first-person shooter. They were first. Well, okay, hold on, GoldenEye, but
yeah, the
they were the first.
Controller scheme was way more different.
I'd put it this way: GoldenEye was the first first-person shooter on a console to prove you could do it.
And then Halo,
you know what I'm saying? And then Halo made it easy. Yeah. Like not even easy. I think what you were about to say is right.
GoldenEye, you couldn't even look up or down.
Yeah, you could. You had to hold aim.
You had to hold aim, but at the same time, you can't hit odd job.
If you stand still and stop moving entirely because you hold the aim button, because remember, there's only on the 64, there's only one directional pad, or not directional pad, but there's only one thumbstick. So you use that thumbstick to move around. And if you want to aim, you have to hold the button to aim, and then you can use the thumbstick to look around. So for characters like Oddjob, that means that you can't strafe. You have to like walk into the room, hold aim, look down, and shoot. So,
and then Halo is like,
Halo
hey,
changed
you
that.
have 360 movement at all times.
And 360 aiming at all times. Maybe not 360. That might be. That's close. I mean, you can look straight up and straight down.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I guess it's 360 aiming with 360 movement at the same time. But that's because, Microsoft was the first person. No, PlayStation. PlayStation threw 2 thumbsticks on their console, right?
For the PlayStation 2, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So they both threw 2 thumbsticks. But Microsoft did it better. I've been playing PS4.
Dreamcast did as well.
No, Dreamcast only had 1 thumbstick.
Did it?
Yeah. I could send. You want me to send you a picture of the controller? You can Google it.
Yeah,
I have my Dreamcast.
I know you
have
still
my
have your
Dreamcast. It only has one thumbstick. It's really bad. It's actually it and the 64 are contenders for the worst controller
ever. You're right. It only has 1 thumbstick.
Yeah, it and the 64 are the 2 worst controllers ever made. Like they're really, really bad. But I love the console.
Like
I love
the Dreamcast
both
is
consoles.
Just an
I love both
version
consoles.
of the Saturn.
Yeah, exactly. But with a worse controller and better games. But it basically is just the Saturn. It's a little bit more advanced. But yeah, Sega freaking. We're just getting derailed. I don't want to get into it. I was just gonna say Sega shot themselves in the foot because of the fact that they went like, was it Saturn? No, it was Saturn, Jaguar, Genesis, and they did it all within the span of like 2 years. Like basically, they released the Saturn, announced as the Saturns were hitting the shelves, we're like, "Hey, we're making the Jaguar, which is 10 times better." And people were like, "Well, then why would we buy this? Because we can just wait for the Jaguar."
Yeah,
and then
don't forget the Jaguar Sega CD as well.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. And then they were basically like, when the Jaguar was coming out, they're like, Dreamcast. Dreamcast is going to revolutionize everything. It's 100 times better. Yeah. And everyone was like, well, then why would we buy this? We'll just wait for that. And then they finally released the Dreamcast, and it turned out they made way too many copies. They made way too many consoles. They didn't sell them all, and then went bankrupt, and then basically just sold themselves to Nintendo.
Well, they sold themselves to a lot of people.
I think you might be right. Yeah, I know they sold some game rights. Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of the Sonic games came out on all platforms at the time.
Not immediately, because Genesis, when it first collapsed, the Sonic Adventure 2 was released on the GameCube, and GameCube exclusively. But then as time's gone on, yes, they are on more platforms. They basically just turned back into developers of games instead of hardware and games.
Yeah, they're both a publisher and a developer at this point.
Yeah, but man, they were the only. I would argue to this day, because I know people could probably be like, well, look at the numbers, bro. Look at the numbers. I would say to this day, when it came to the actual market, Sega was the only person to rival Nintendo, to actually be like, hey, we could take over America. I don't think they ever would have taken over Japan, but they could have taken over America and been like, yeah, Nintendo, you're second fiddle. But they shot themselves in the foot, and Nintendo won, and then Microsoft and Sony showed up to be like, oh, we can win the West. And now it's been kind of almost a 3-way tie. When it comes to actual console sales, the Wii stomped out everything, but I don't think the Switch did. I haven't looked at the numbers.
Switch has.
Okay, so Nintendo's still the dominant market.
Switch you can hardly find right now. It's kind of like the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X. You can't find them.
Yeah, and the Switch was first. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's freaking crazy.
At the same time, the Switch is both a console and a portable handheld.
Yeah, I know. See, that's one thing Nintendo's always had. They've
Innovation.
always had, yes, revolutionizing the market when it came to a game console. They've always revolutionized. The only thing that they've had, I would say, negative, which same with Sony and probably with Xbox, Microsoft as well, is sometimes they get ahead of themselves. Like, I think the Wii U was a pointless console, is kind of the way to put it, right?
Yeah.
It was basically a prototype for the Switch, and they shouldn't have released it, and it had bad marketing. But dude, whenever
the same thing can be said with any Sega console. The marketing for it was awful, but the consoles themselves had good games.
Bruh, Sega Genesis, Sega Dreamcast, right? Which is my favorite console ever. Not my favorite
of all.
It's not my favorite console ever. It's the best console ever. My favorite is still the 360, but the Dreamcast was the first console to ever have online.
Yeah,
you could connect it to the internet, download games over the internet, have chat rooms, and play RPGs. I think it was what was that called? It's one of Star Online.
Oh, Phantasy Star Online.
Phantasy Star. Yeah, Phantasy Star Online was Dreamcast.
Dreamcast game to go online, yeah.
Yeah, to be an online RPG. So Dreamcast really stepped up. Then they made some crazy crap that I don't think's really come back, where they made their memory cards be portable handheld games. Yeah, so they might not have been great games, but it was like, hey, if you have your memory card on you and you have a save file in whatever game, that game offers you a mini game that you can play exclusively on the memory card.
Yep.
And then
and
by unlocking stuff on the memory card, you could actually unlock exclusive stuff in the console. Like, it's completely crazy to think was like 98.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, what was it? No, it was not 98. It was 2001.
You might be right.
Because
no, it was before the Xbox.
No. E3 2000, whenever the Xbox was announced as coming out in 2001, all the other consoles were there as well, because PlayStation was like, hey, the PlayStation 2 is coming out. And the Dreamcast was coming out at the same time. But
it's true, yeah.
With the Sonic Adventure 1 for the Dreamcast, if I remember correctly, it was a Tamagotchi with your Chow for the minigame on the memory card.
Yeah, it was. Bro, I was right. Dreamcast 98, November 27th, 1998.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember seeing something with all of them. Like, there was a E3 banner with all four
maybe
with all four consoles.
Yeah, maybe there was, but I'm just saying Dreamcast beat everybody to the market. But that's what I'm saying is Sega shot themselves in the foot, because they kept rushing to market, and instead of having a normal development cycle, they kept making everybody be like, well, why would I buy this console that you made? Because you're telling me in a year you're making that console. Oh, you're telling me in a year after this console comes out you're going to make an even better console. You know what I mean? They just shot themselves in the foot. Where the other studios that were making consoles, they were like, oh, we're going to wait like 4 years, 2 years, then we'll announce the new one. But Sega was just like, no, we're innovators, we're on the edge, we're on the cusp. And it's like, well, by doing that, there's no one in the market that'd be like, well, why should I spend $500 now? Not 500, but you know what I'm saying. Why should I spend $500 now when I can wait till next year to buy something 10 times better for the same price? And so they shot themselves in the foot. Where every other game company was like, hey, we made this thing, and they'd wait a few years and be like, look at us, we're innovating. Where Sega was like, no, we already beat them. We beat them. We've already made something more advanced. It's like, PlayStation 1, bro, we got the Dreamcast. It's on the way. And it's like, wait, but what about the Saturn that you just released 5 months ago? It's like, oh, that's old garbage. We got new garbage.
So the problem with Sega was they were innovating way more quickly than the rest of the competition, but at the same time they were shooting themselves in the foot because they were releasing consoles one after another. And
the real thing is yes, exactly, you're right, but the real thing is they shouldn't have started marketing. That was the problem, was that when someone put something out that was technically better than what they had, instead of being like, oh, I guess it is, they're like, no, we've already got something better. And it's like, oh, but it's been like 2 months since you released that. And they're like, yeah, it'll be out in the next year. And everyone's like, well, then I'm not going to buy your thing. I'll wait till your next thing. Yeah, they should have waited. Mm-hmm.
Like, give it 2-3 years tops.
Right, but they, for like basically 3 generations in a row, Saturn, and it might have actually started at CD, because I forgot about that. It might have started at CD, because it was basically, if I'm not mistaken, it was CD, then Saturn, then Jaguar, then Dreamcast. And basically starting from CD, but I know for a fact starting with Saturn, they just kept announcing their next console way before the rest of the market announced their next. Like, it basically, like, they were in the category, the mindset of first in, best dressed, right? So they're like, hey, we got to beat Nintendo to the market. And they're like, boom, CD. We're the first ones to get 3D graphics. And then the Nintendo 64 came out. And they're like, oh, Nintendo 64? Bro, we got Saturn. And then PlayStation 1 releases. And they're like, bro, PlayStation 1? We got Jaguar. And it's like, it's only been like 4 months, bro. It's been like 4 months. What are you talking about? Why are you all of a sudden saying you have something better? And it's because they wanted to keep saying they're better than everybody else. And technically they were, with the thing that they were developing. They were technically better than everything that was coming out. But because they didn't space it, everyone's like, well, why do we buy any of your stuff? We'll just wait for the greatest thing you make, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, it was a terrible marketing idea.
Which, if they had done more and waited that time, they could have released the Dreamcast as the next thing after the CD.
Dude, they should have. Well, you know, it's easy to play. What do they call it? Monday night or Monday morning quarterback. Right? You watch the Sunday game and you say how bad they did, and it's easy to, like, in hindsight, say how they could have done it better. But one thing is for certain, they could have spaced out their marketing just a little bit. Because you know what, the Saturn and the Jaguar, maybe they were really awesome consoles, but all I know is that developers didn't feel like developing on them, because the same thing I was just saying about the reason the market didn't feel like picking them up. Every time a developer was like, hey, we made games for your new system, and they'd only get like 8 games. And then Sega would come out and be like, bro, we got something even better. And then all the game developers are like, well, can you send us a kit of that and we'll make a game for it? Because why would we make a game on this crappy console? You know, if you're saying this thing's hot, why would we do this? So, like, nothing until the Dreamcast actually got, like, it was basically Genesis got really good development, tons of games, third party and first party. And then until the Dreamcast came out, it was a bunch of third-party developers that were basically late to the show. You know, it's like, oh, you get like 8 games on this. You know, Sega would make a Sonic game for each one, obviously, because Sonic's the flag mark. But then that was about it. Yeah, flagship. Yeah, but that was about it. There was a few others for each, but until you got into the Dreamcast era. Dude, this is a huge derail. I'm glad you brought the video up, because I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to segue out of this. But this is something I'm actually passionate about, because I do love the Dreamcast so much. It is the
if only it had a better controller.
Right, I agree entirely. And I bet nowadays you could buy a third party, like someone's made a modded controller that's better. I'm sure of it.
Probably, and there's still games being developed for it since it's an open
That's
platform.
True. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, that was another one of their big problems, right? Is that everybody was able to pirate their games like instantly, like as soon as it came out. So that crashed the game market sales. Because like you can go on eBay right now and for like $20 get the entire like every single video game that was ever released on the Dreamcast.
One thing that Sega did that was also another big innovation was you could put in the Dreamcast CDs into your CD player and play the soundtrack.
I forgot about that. You're right. And you could put soundtracks into the Dreamcast and listen to the music on them. Like, so if you put a CD in,
So something
you could
that
listen
happened
to
long
it.
before the Xbox did it.
Yeah, and then the Xbox came around and was like, yeah, we'll do the same thing. And if you want to watch DVDs, we'll sell you a compatible component that you can put in, and then you have to download a patch, and you can watch DVDs on the Xbox. But yeah, at first, Dreamcast was the first one to the market of like, you can listen to CDs on our platform. But yeah, we should talk about this more in the future. I have more to say, but let's watch this freaking stupid video that I don't want to watch.
I get the feeling because
I just want to be happy.
I just want to be happy. Let's get going.
His apparent victory, and by extension, the audience is rebuked for enjoying the fireworks. Those explosions that we were taking such pleasure in just moments ago are abruptly reframed as cause for self-reflection and sadness. And we find ourselves suddenly confronted with a narrative about consequences.
Okay, so
Yeah, consequences. Yeah.
here's the thing. The bombers that they had were so slow, they had to wait for the shields to come down on this ship in order to start dropping the bombs onto them on the surface when you have other ships that can drop the bombs and are speedy.
Photon torpedoes, essentially. I don't know if that's what they're called in Star Wars, but in Star Trek, the photon torpedoes, right? Where you can just like launch a missile that travels through space at maybe half light speed or something like that. Like, it's really fast, but it's not super fast. Versus bombs that, according to the Wikipedia page, are dropped and they use magnets to attract themselves to a target. So they're dropping at a very slow speed. These crap, what were they called? The Star Fortresses. The Star Fortress bomber is the most inefficient bomber ever seen in cinema.
But they're supposed to be based on the B-52s.
That's true.
So
yep.
What?
Yep, that's right. It's a World War II reference, and that's kind of cool. I can get behind World War II references. Yeah,
I can too. But at the same time, make the ships, efficient.
Well, I mean, really, my only problem is why use a bomber. Why are we even talking about this? This is so stupid. Why use a bomber that Ryan came up with? I'm sure Ryan didn't technically come up with them, but he was like, clearly he said, I want a new bomber. So some artist had to draw up a new bomber, and then he approved it and said, yeah, we'll use that. So why use that whenever we already have a bomber in universe established, which is the Y-Wing, which is very efficient at what it does. Very efficient.
And you're telling me that the New Republic that funds the Resistance...
Nope, they don't have a military.
Wait.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I forgot that. I forgot
the
Resistance was a splinter cell of the New Republic.
Yeah, technically the government doesn't approve of the Resistance in the books. They're against having a standing army, and Leia is the only person that basically who, if my memory serves right, because I'm sure someone could comment below and tell me how I'm wrong, but basically Leia goes into debate the fact that there should be an army, and a bunch of people say, no, we shouldn't have an army. And she's like, but what if the Empire tries to come back? We don't really know if we killed all of them. And they're like, oh, that's a stupid idea. We killed the Emperor. They're totally disbanded, blah, blah, blah. And then Leia was right. And so the only reason there's rebels or resistance in this movie is because she established a group of mercenaries, essentially. I mean, I guess that's the best way to categorize them. So the only reason there's any military at all to stand against the First Order is because Leia recruited a bunch of people. So
So
they're all pathetic.
So what you're saying is the New Republic
Mm-hmm.
that is supposed to, govern the entirety of the galaxy.
Yep.
Decided not to have a military force because,
It's racist.
reasons.
Because it's racist. I think more or less that'd be the way to explain it.
For some Star Wars
Perfect.
fans, it must have felt as if Princess
Hold on, pause
Leia
it.
had just
All right, you're gonna have to back it up, but that was perfect for like because it's like racist or whatever, and then we hit play, and then Leia's like, "Oh God," that was perfect. Oh God, why can't we just have an army to defend the galaxy from evil people?
Oh my God!
Because it really makes no sense, right?
In the original books, the New Republic was like, yeah, no, we're gonna have a standing army because there are splinter cells of the Empire still around.
Yeah, the only actual debate that they have in the old books when forming the New Republic is that some different systems start petitioning that there should be a super weapon similar to the Death Star. And that's when the Republic says, I don't know about that. That's pretty extreme. But a standing army makes perfect sense. There was no debate about that. Literally, the Rebel Alliance immediately turns into the standing army. Yeah, and then they just expand it. But when it comes to making super weapons, they obviously have a huge debate and decide against it, which I get. I totally get that. Because, a Death Star, that's pretty, tyrannical to have.
Yeah.
And so the Resistance says, no, let's not make a thing that can destroy a planet. Or the New Republic, I should say, says, let's not make a thing that can destroy a planet. That's crazy. But they have an army. But not anymore, no. Because remember, all that's Legends now. So in the new one, Leia's the only one that says we should have an army, and everybody else says, that's stupid. You're stupid. Sit in the corner.
You should watch some of the Scoundrels Cantina videos because they mix new and old canon together.
That does sound interesting. Yeah. You should link them below, and I might remember to check out their channel.
I will.
Yeah. Scoundrel Cantina.
Yes.
Sounds interesting. Yeah. Okay, but let's see what the rest of his argument is, because
right now it's not so good.
No, right now it was nothing. It was nothing. He had no argument. He basically just said, we saw all these fireworks, and we're supposed to cheer and clap, and then we're immediately told about how it's actually a sad thing because of the loss of life. And to be honest, I was not cheering or clapping when I saw this movie at all. I was thinking, this is really stupid the entire time, from the opening scene all the way up to this, which I guess is technically the opening scene, but we're a good 2 or 3 minutes into the film. And it's bad. It's really bad and unenjoyable, and there's nothing good going on for it. The only character I liked was Rose Tico's sister.
And she died in the first 2 minutes.
Right, and the only reason I liked her was because she was willing to sacrifice herself in order to complete the objective. And as an avid war movie watcher, that's something I can get behind, is the heroism. The heroism of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Like, that's a good message.
Reminds me of somebody else that tried to sacrifice themselves and Rose stopped.
Oh, maybe we'll get to that. I would love to get to that.
For some Star Wars fans, it must have felt as if Princess Leia had just reached out of the movie screen and personally slapped them across the face.
Yes.
No, I didn't feel that way.
I didn't either.
That's silly.
No. I felt
Leia
like the
slapped me in the
characters that
face because people died.
I felt like the characters that I knew and looked up to as a kid had their character assassinated.
Oh, absolutely. But see, the thing is, the only thing that we've really learned in this opening scene is that Poe Dameron killed the most threatening vessel in the entire Star Wars legacy, saga, according to the film, right? Poe Dameron and his team of heroic bomber crews defeated the most threatening thing ever to protect the Resistance so that they could escape the planet. That's it. That's basically all we learned, right? So Poe Dameron, great job.
Good job, buddy.
Because I'll say, like, I think that a good movie can show non-essential characters, literally background characters, or in Star Trek terms, red shirts. A good story can show a red shirt die, and you actually feel bad about it. This didn't do that. You know, because we have a bunch of no-named characters. We don't even know at this point that character we watched for a second was Rose Tico's sister, right? We have literally no connection to her.
Until it is said outright that was my sister that died.
Right. Well, not even outright. Just whenever she had the medallion, because they did focus on the medallion. Rian Johnson did a good job there to at least focus on this medallion, so that when we saw the other half of it in Rose Tico's possession, we realized there's a connection between these two. Are they lesbian lovers? Are they family? We don't know. Best friends? You know, we don't know until she says it's my sister, you know, or whatever. I think she says it's her sister.
I think so too.
But the point being that none of these characters matter to the audience. They do matter. I will say, if you're telling a narrative, it's a war story, they matter. All of their lives matter. But from an audience member sitting down, the only person at stake is Poe. And Poe sweeps the field, destroying everything, just like he did in The Force Awakens, where he got like 14 kills in a row above a battlefield that his friends were on, that he literally killed stormtroopers while they were standing next to his friends, and was so accurate with an X-Wing that he hit them specifically. It was incredible. He's an incredible pilot. Probably the best we've ever seen. Yeah. Of course, Rey's better, obviously.
Obviously, she's got to be the,
she's the bestest
good
ever.
Character.
Yeah, she is the best. But like, so what he's saying here when he's like, "Oh, it was like Leia slapped us in the face," it's like, no, I didn't feel that way.
She just slapped Poe in the face.
Yeah, wrongly, because Leia's wrong. Which I hate to say, because Leia is. Wow, we actually talked about this last time, where you said Leia was one of your favorite characters of the original trilogy.
Yep,
she's one of the best characters. Yeah, and
in this trilogy of movies that Disney came out with, I can't stand her.
Yeah, no, they don't understand Leia, they don't understand Luke, and they don't understand Han. Why on earth did Han Solo become a smuggler again? He got out of that life. He paid off his debt, and he walked away from it. Why on earth is he all of a sudden in debt in The Force Awakens? That makes no sense. Why did he abandon his family? That's not Han Solo. Han Solo was an orphan. He all of a sudden having a family, having a wife and kids, there's no way to go from a life of having absolutely nothing to making a man of himself and having a family established.
And then just going right back to it.
To being a smuggler? No, he was a smuggler because he didn't know what to do. He didn't know a way into a good life. It's essentially like being a drug dealer because you grew up in the streets of Chicago and you don't know a way out of the system. But then all of a sudden one day a dude walks up and offers you a better life with more money, more potential, more character to be made of yourself. And then after 10 years, you're like, I'm going to go back to being a drug dealer on the streets. Forget everything I made. Like, what the crap? Nobody does that. You think, okay, for an example, you think some rapper, right? Am I getting racist? Does this all sound racist? I hope it's not, because I'm trying to make a good point here. So some rapper, right?
It's or just any other artist.
No, we're talking rap specifically because I'm still talking about drug dealing. Okay, so when you get some like really good rappers, right? Generally, the best ones start out on the streets. They sling dope to make some money. They, write poetry on the side. We'll put it that way. They write poetry on the side. One day, someone picks them up. They sign a contract. They make loads of cash. They don't go backwards. They go forwards. They realize they've gotten out of this thing, and they can make money doing art, that they don't have to sell drugs anymore.
It depends. Sometimes there are the people that do fall back into old routines and get caught up in the same crowds that they were running with before.
I do feel bad for those people. I just didn't think Han Solo was one of them.
No. But
you're right. You make a good point. You make a good point. Some people do fall back into the old habits.
But let's keep going here.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, let's keep going.
Now, it's noteworthy that blowing up the space fascist death ray isn't...
Oh, God. Yeah, I guess he's right. It's just weird to hear it called that, the space fascist death ray. But yeah, right? Like, the Empire's fascists, right?
They're authoritarian, but they're not fascist. There's no conscription into the military.
Oh, yeah, nope, you're right. In the lore, you sign up for service. They don't force you into it.
Because they know that people that are within the galaxy don't like conscription into the military because they just suffered through a 4-year war of the Clone Wars.
I'm pretty sure on Earth we've done plenty of research on the effectiveness of a conscripted army, and they have a significant loss in productivity. It's at least 20% less than a voluntary army, at least, if not more.
Yeah, and
so yeah,
also,
conscription's a bad idea.
Also, there's free trade.
Yeah, is there? No, you got to go through the Empire. There's no free trade.
Well,
right now there would be, right? Because the New Republic.
Well, in the Empire, if you're outside of the Empire's grasp, such as the Outer Rim and the Hutts and some of the
Black Sun, is it the Black Sun, Blue Sun, something like that? There's multiple gangsters.
Yeah, so if you're within those areas, there's free trade, but you still have to smuggle. And yes, the Empire does control like the Inner Rim and the Middle Rim.
I assume they have tariffs on trading inside of the region, because you've got to fund the Empire somehow. But if we are talking New Republic era with the First Order, I don't know how they would enforce those kind of things.
They shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
But knowing how the story is written, they somehow gain control of the galaxy without the Republic actually doing anything.
Oh yeah, and like the first movie, apparently 5 planets destroys the whole thing. Whatever. Yeah. Anyway, so wait, what's the point you're making versus the point he's making? I think I've forgotten already.
If we're talking
the fascists, they're fascists. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So they're not fascist.
If anything, the Empire is more authoritarian dictatorship rather than fascist.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see this. What's the big difference then? Let's put it that way. For the viewers at home, not for me, obviously. I know everything.
I'd have to look into it more, but I don't think that the Empire has actual reign over the economy. They just put
in this. We're talking about we're not talking about the Empire, right? We're talking about the First Order.
First Order,
and the First Order does not.
They're authoritarian, but at the same time, they have conscription because they kidnap the kids to put them into the army.
Oh yeah, that's fascist. They're fascist.
But they shouldn't have control of any trade routes, and control of the economy is...
No, they shouldn't. I mean, I don't know. In The Last Jedi, maybe.
Maybe. But in the first movie, no.
Definitely
Second movie, definitely.
Who knows?
It probably will.
Who knows? It's not established. Yeah, it's not established. See, and that's one thing that makes the original 6 movies so much better, is because in 4, 5, and 6... it's an empire, and you understand that. And they literally established that everywhere except Hutt space is authoritarian, fascist dictatorship, whatever, by the Empire. Whatever it is. That's pretty well established. It's like, yeah, they own everything. In episode 4, they literally have a meeting where they say, we just dissolved the Senate. There's no more Senate. They say that in episode 4. There's no Senate. It's, so it's well established. Then in episode in the prequels, it's well established that it's a republic that gets overtaken by an authoritarian or a fascist. I'm not 100% sure, but anyways, and you watch how it becomes an empire from being a republic, and we understand the politics. pretty easily. Like, you don't need literally every single, like even these days, nobody knows every single part of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and every single amendment and all that stuff. Nobody knows all of it that lives in America. It says the same thing when we watch these movies. We don't need to know literally every policy for every state and for all the federal government. We get the idea. But when it comes to the sequels, we don't know anything. We're told there's a new republic, but they don't have an army because the army's called the Resistance. And there's the First Order, and they blow up 5 planets. But their base is destroyed. But now the Resistance has nothing.
Yep.
And
there's very few of them left.
And at the end of this movie, they defeat the fleet chasing them when there's only like 40 people left.
But then there's a bunch more in the.
Then in the Rise of Skywalker, there's millions of them. And the Republic Resistance fleet has hundreds of thousands of members. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. That's all I'm getting at. It doesn't make sense. It made sense in the first 6 movies, even if you call it boring. Like, oh, the politics in 1, 2, and 3 are boring. It's like, yeah, they might be boring, but it explained it. 4, 5, and 6, they're boring because they're slow. Yeah, but it explained everything. 1, 2, and 3, oh, they're action-packed, fast-paced, and lots of good cinematography and visual effects. It's like, yeah, they're beautiful. Story doesn't make sense.
The story is rushed, and
universe doesn't make sense. Yeah, nothing makes sense.
Oh.
But boy, does it look good. And I will never argue with anybody on that. Like, if anyone says, I love the way it looked, I'm like, dude, me too. Absolutely. Loved it. It looked great. It's all stupid, though.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Not fascist. We'll both agree they're not fascist. What?
Instead, we're asked to consider the tactical and human cost of that violence.
Okay. That's a good thing for a movie to do.
If a beloved leader is incapacitated, we expect our brash hero to suddenly find themselves in command. But that doesn't happen either.
The chain of command is clear as to who should take her place.
Pause!
Vice Admiral Holdo.
Pause! No, pause! Before we get to Holdo, the chain of command is clear. Akbar should take command. It's that simple.
Akbar should definitely take command.
Not some no-name character we've never heard of before. Because, like, this dude is setting up, because of, like, his visuals and everything, that's like, oh, we expect Poe Dameron, the fleet commander, to take command. No, there's people higher ranked than him, such as established character Akbar.
Yeah. Part of the Mon Calamari that was in the original movies.
The famous meme, it's a trap. We all know him. Even if you don't know him by name, you know him. You know what I mean? People know him.
He would have a higher position than Poe Dameron.
Fish boy. Yeah, of course he does. He's an admiral. He's a freaking admiral. And Holdo's an admiral, right? Admiral Holdo, the character we've never heard of before. But we know Akbar. So why on earth would you use some no-name, or maybe no name's not right, some never established character? That's the way to put it. Some character who's never been established, you bring them in to say they're in command when someone we know should be in command, because it makes more sense thematically and for the audience. You don't just drop it. Remember, this is the 8th movie. 8th. Not 2nd. 8th. If it was the 2nd movie, you could establish a new character. Just like Akbar was established. And I believe the 9th movie. 6th. I'm pretty sure Akbar wasn't established until episode 6. But you know why that works? Because it's the first 3 movies. You can't get to the 8th movie in a series and establish brand new characters in positions of power without expecting backlash, unless you made your character good, which they didn't, because they killed her off in the same movie. You don't kill. That's what pissed me off, I think, the most about this movie, right? Was that it's like, hey, here's a new character you've never seen before. And at the end of the movie, they're like, oh, they're dead. Oh, here's a new character you've never seen before. Oh, by the way, they're dead. Which turned out I was wrong. I thought Rose Tico actually died at the end of this movie. And I was like, well, that was really stupid. But then it turned out she didn't die. But then she just took a sideline because in episode 9, all that she gets, like, basically, she's in like, what, 3 scenes? She gets like a minute and a half footage.
And 2 of those are just background.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying like a minute and a half, probably. I don't know the exact numbers. But the one scene she actually is in is when Finn shows up to be like, hey, we're going to go do this mission. You want to come with? And she says, nah, I got to go study these documents. And that's it. And it's like, oh, okay. So it's like, essentially, you killed off the character as well. I was wrong. She didn't die. But you got Holdo, dies. You got Rose, sidelined. So you've established these 2 characters out of nowhere.
Finn,
and they did nothing with it. Oh, yeah. Finn was sidelined in this movie. Yeah. He was sidelined.
To comedic relief.
It's so sad. It's so pathetic. It's so freaking stupid, especially because people who are like, oh, if you don't like this movie, you must be a racist misogynist. It's like, no, actually, Finn was the best character in episode 7, and then they ruined him. And I'm upset about that because Finn was the one thing I was like, this could be really, really good. Because everybody else I thought was pretty badly written. Finn was the only one in episode 7. I was like, this is a character. This is an actual character that you've written. Good job, JJ. You wrote a character, one character. And then Ryan shows up and says, nah, he's comedic relief. Oh, and we're backtracking on all of his character arc. Forget it. He's going to restart and once again learn about war. He's the one that has been serving in a military since he was a child, conscripted at birth, essentially. And then in this movie, he's going to have two characters that have never been in the movies before that are just established, explain to him why war's bad. Great. Awesome. Great writing.
The writing of this.
But no, okay, hold on. Just to before we hit play, the point I'm making is that I never at one point expected Poe, a male character lead, to take over command whenever Leia got what would you call it? Airlocked. She got sent out into space and then lived for no stupid reason. And then came back, and then she was just like in
a coma.
A coma. A coma is a good way to put it. And is like, okay, where do we go from here? Who's in the next command? I never thought Poe would be. Why would Poe be in command? If Poe was in command, I actually would be just as upset as Holdo being in command. I'd be like, why the crap is this guy in command? I'd actually be pretty pissed off because I'd be like, this guy for real? I'd make the same argument. I'd be like, no, Akbar. Freaking Akbar should be in command. But no, you know what? They in a throwaway line, now that I'm thinking about it, they killed Akbar in a throwaway line whenever Leia went airlock out into space. I'm pretty sure there was a throwaway line that said Akbar died. So not only did Leia live, they killed off Akbar to introduce another character. Like, that's even worse.
Thought, what the hell's with you? You can't even write, and you think you have a style.
Exactly. And this, remember, for all of you at home, this script was written in one draft. There was no redrafting.
And Ryan Johnson even admitted, yeah, we went with first draft.
Yep, first draft. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is a one draft movie, and it shows. It really shows, because this is really bad. You know, and like, I thought Looper, I actually liked Looper. But now after watching this movie, I haven't gone back and rewatched it. But I have a bad feeling that if I watch Looper again, I'm going to be like, oh, is this a one draft movie? Because who knows now? Why should I ever think Ryan Johnson can make anything good ever?
Well, here's the thing. Whenever he has his own works that he's working on,
yeah,
he can do well.
Okay.
Just don't give him anything else. It's like
right.
Zack
well,
Snyder.
Snyder. Yeah, go on.
Zack Snyder cannot work with anything that's supposed to be upbeat, like Batman or Superman. No, don't give him those. Give him 300. Give him
Watchmen. Yeah, 300 was really good. Watchmen, I wasn't a huge fan of Watchmen, but a lot of people tell me it was really good, and I'll believe them.
It varies greatly from the source material, but the changes at least call back to the source material.
Fair enough. Yeah, my perspective is if you're doing an adaptation, just make it a good adaptation. Make it faithful, because it doesn't have to be one for one, but at least make the overall message the same.
Well, having watched anime and seen how they can be very, very faithful, if you're not actually listening to the, or if you're watching without the, Crunchyroll or Funimation subs, and use the fan translations that are out there, they're very, very faithful. There will be some differences here and there for production costs, but all in all, they are almost one for one.
Yeah, anime is very close. There's a few series like Hunter x Hunter and Dragon Ball deviate from the source material slightly, and it's usually not a hindrance. If anything, it's usually an additive. Naruto as well. They deviate from the source material.
Well, they had to put in fillers for Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece at a time because they kept on catching up with the source material.
Right. But my point is that whenever they do that filler, generally speaking, if it's a good studio that knows the source material well, they're able to explore the filler, which generally is just expanding characters that don't get much screen time in the manga. And they can usually do a good job at expanding the character. Bad ones don't. Bad ones just waste your time. But a good one really makes you understand a character more, and it's not inaccurate. It's just not canon.
Yeah, and apparently they did introduce Holdo into the Star Wars universe before The Last Jedi came out. However, it was in a book.
Yeah, it says who?
Disney.
Okay, well, here's the thing. There's multiple Disney books that were written as or before movies were finished, but they were written during the time that the movie was being written, so obviously their job was to tie it in.
Somehow.
Exactly. So the same way that
I'm a big advocate for show everything in your movie rather than have expanded stuff. The expanded stuff should be add-on later.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
And you tell what you want to tell within the movie. Expand upon everything within the movie as it continues on. Yeah. If you want to expand on something else later on, such as, the events after the movies are finished, and there won't be a continuation.
I have a question for you. Is there any Star Wars movie that George Lucas made? Is there any Star Wars movie that George Lucas made that you have to read the book to understand the movie?
No.
Exactly. And it should be like that. Is there any Halo games before 343 took over that you have to read a book to understand the game?
No.
And it should be like that. But for some reason, these people who purchase these IPs think that because people love reading the books and the comics and stuff, that we need to make it where you have to read all of this. And it's like, no. Don't forget, your core audience are the people that only watch the movies or only play the game. That's your audience. They should understand the entire thing from sitting down in the cinema or picking up your video game. And then you have the hardcore audience who wants expansion. They don't want, and I'm one of them, even as being a hardcore Star Wars, hardcore Halo fan, I don't want to have to read the books to understand the freaking movie or the game. That makes no sense. After I love the game, I'll go read a book and I'll be like, oh, that's a really cool fun fact. Now I just learned this about this character that I wouldn't have known from playing the game, but doesn't change anything that the game told me or the movie told me. Where these new people say, oh, you got to read it all. You got to read it all, and then you'll understand. Holdo? Oh, she's not a nobody. Remember, there was this book she was in. What? I'm going to watch the movie first. And if I like the movie, I'll read the books. Guess what? I didn't like the movie. I'm not going to read your freaking books.
Exactly. If I need... Everything should be supplementary. If it isn't, and it's required reading, nobody's going to actually read it.
Oh, God. We've only watched a minute and a half, and it's been an hour. Oh, God.
Well, technically 30 minutes.
What do you? Oh, right. We did spend 30 minutes talking about basically the Dreamcast. Yeah, that was okay. Maybe we are making good time. Maybe we're making good time. The last thing I'd say is on the notion of the books. Disney did the same thing when it came to the new Tarkin book, which I really liked. I think we've talked about this before, except for the part which I think you brought back to my memory because I've totally forgot about it.
Beating the Wookiee.
He beats a Wookiee. That's stupid. All right, that's absolutely
and
stupid.
And it's in a throwaway line.
Yeah, exactly. Which I totally, and I think that's why I forgot about it because it wasn't a big moment. It was just a throwaway line.
That stuck out to me though. Like,
oh, dude, it should have stuck out to me too. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a huge thing to say. A human being beat a Wookiee in hand-to-hand combat? No, I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I don't even think someone like Bruce Lee could have beaten a Wookiee in hand-to-hand combat.
No. They'll rip your arms off.
Yeah, no, see, that's the thing. Okay, so you have a super nimble, we'll just use Bruce Lee, right? His fighting technique with Wang Chang, whatever it's called, that he developed. Super advanced, really defensive, like good at using your opponent's momentum against themselves in order to find an opening. The problem is that works against humans that are a similar body weight and height to you. You know, we'll even say within a foot. You have someone that's that advanced at a fighting technique that they're basically untouchable. Basically untouchable, right?
Yep.
You take that fighting technique and then you put it against a Wookiee. Who's 3, 4 foot. Yeah, he's like 3 or 4 foot tall. Okay, 2 to 4 foot taller than you, we'll say.
Yeah.
He's 2 to 4 foot taller than you. His arm reach is like 1.5 feet longer than anybody you've ever fought. At least. And then you're going to be like, I'll just use his momentum against me. As he comes into strike, I'll do my parry where I push his arm. The dude's strength is also multiplied by his height and the fact that it's basically a Sasquatch or a Wookiee. You know, a Sasquatch or a monkey is a giant ape. You're trying to use Wang Chan. Crap, I can't pronounce it right. Wing Chan, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You're trying to use that where you're like, okay, he comes in for a strike and I deflect with my arm to push his body away. The freaking giant monkey thing has so much strength that as you make impact with his wrist, it's not going to move his wrist away. Instead, he's just going to be like, oh, look, an opening, and grab your wrist. And then you're done.
Your arm off.
Yeah, you're done. He just rips your arms off. Because Wookiee grabs your wrist and you're like, oh, okay, cool. I'll start just trying to break his wrist with my other arm and I'll start kicking him in the stomach or in the knee or shin to try and break those. You're not strong enough. Sorry, it's a Wookiee and you're a human. And he's just going to lift you up as you're wailing at him like a toddler trying to beat someone up who's picking them up. You know, and it's just going to be nothing. It might actually, don't get me wrong, it might cause pain. Right? Pain.
Yeah.
The Wookiee will feel the sensation of impact, of pain, but it's so insignificant that a Wookiee would literally pick you up by one arm, grab your other wailing arm, even if it took a few seconds, right? Because it's wailing around and he's just trying to grab it. And so it's like, he's like, oh, I'm trying to grab this arm as it's like flailing and hitting and everything. But eventually he's just going to come up to the shoulder and then follow the shoulder down to the wrist, and now he's got both your arms, and he's going to tear you as he's holding you in a T-pose and rip both your arms out. Doesn't matter how good of a boxer or a martial artist you are, a human being could never beat a Wookiee in hand-to-hand combat.
Unless they had the Force. And even then,
absolutely.
You don't know.
Absolutely. That could totally be a thing. But, okay, if you're going hand-to-hand combat with a Wookiee versus a Force user, the only way the Force user would win is if he keeps the Wookiee out of range. He would have to keep using Force push, Force choke, Force pull to hit him into things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he would never... Because as soon as the Wookiee gets an opportunity to actually make contact with you, it's over.
Yep.
So even as a Force user, you wouldn't be able to get into striking range. You wouldn't ever touch the Wookiee. Like... you would only use the Force to fight it. So no, it's freaking dumb. Tarkin would never. The point I'm making is Tarkin could not beat a Wookiee in a freaking fight. Okay, it's stupid. It's super freaking dumb. But the thing the thing I was mentioning about the Tarkin book is you can't accept the Tarkin book because it's a Disney book, and they included a contradictory point to previous lore, which is now in canon. So I guess it's not contradictory. But in the Tarkin book, they go out of their way to say that TIE fighters, that TIE fighters have hyperdrive. And in any of the previous lore, TIE fighters don't have hyperdrive, and they don't even have atmosphere. That's why all the TIE fighter pilots have to wear full helmets with air packs, where they have a little tube coming out of their helmet to go to an O2 pack in order to breathe. Because there's no atmosphere. Because they're cheap. They're really cheaply made. The only thing they have going they don't even have shields. TIE fighters don't have shields. Okay? X-Wings have shields. TIE fighters don't have shields. Because the
only ones... No, not even the Enforcers do.
I don't think any of them do. If memory serves, the whole purpose, which I totally feel the explanation, is that the twin ion engine fighter, which is the TIE fighter, TIE, twin ion engine, the whole purpose for it is it doesn't have an atmosphere inside of it, so it doesn't have anti-grav or any of that stuff, like artificial gravitation or any atmosphere or any of that stuff, is so that it can specifically, no shields, is so that the armament is strong, and they're cheap to make, and they're really, really fast. Like when it comes to an actual engagement, they're like 2 or 3 times faster than an X-Wing. Because an X-Wing has a hyperdrive built in. It has a pressurized cockpit. I forget what else, but like these things that you would take as comfort, for being like, oh, it's a luxury cruiser or it's a battleship or a starfighter that's comfortable to pilot. They took all of that away for the TIE fighter. They made it the most uncomfortable thing to pilot. You have to wear an excessively large suit in order to get inside of it to go into the vacuum of space, because it doesn't do anything to prevent the vacuum of space. And the purpose being that it's the cheapest to make and the fastest vehicle on the market when it comes to close quarters combat. That's why in episode 4, right? In episode 4, they encounter one lone TIE fighter, and they're like, how on earth could he be out here? Could he have been part of some convoy and gotten separated? And it turned out they were by the Death Star because they can't hyperspace jump. But in the Tarkin book, it turns out they can hyperspace jump. They have hyperspace engines.
Yeah, I remember seeing a scene where the TIE fighters that the First Order uses jumps.
And get this. They also, because I just rewatched episode 7 the other night, which was terrible, by the way. It was awful. I watched 20 minutes of it and wanted to shut it off, and I watched episode 1. And the first 20 minutes of episode 1 were actually more entertaining, which is really sad to think about because episode 1's really boring. But the first 20 minutes of episode 1 were way more entertaining. It's really Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson made the first 20 minutes of episode 1 enjoyable, where there was no real star power at the beginning of episode 7. But in episode 7, I noticed that both Poe and Finn hop in an X-Wing, fly into space, and neither of them are wearing suits. Neither of them have helmets. Neither of them have oxygen tanks. They literally just fly into space, and I'm like, well, you're dead instantly. None of this makes sense. Like for Star Wars lore, it's all broken. It's basically, you have 2 guys, you have JJ and you have Ryan, who claim that they're fans of the series, that they've loved Star Wars, that they saw it back in theaters in 77 because they're a bunch of old farts. And then they make their own movies and they just forget everything. They forget everything in the lore. All of it. Because they're not real Star Wars fans. They watched the movie when they were kids and they were like, oh, this is really fun. We're going to make a movie about it. Ha, we're making our own Star Wars movie. And they forget all the lore.
Hold on. I want to.
I'm too angry.
You can be a real fan without knowing the expansive lore. But here's the thing.
I'm going to agree. I agree. You can be a real fan without knowing all the lore. That's perfectly fine. I'm not saying. But whenever I'm not excluding. I'm not trying to exclude.
like they did, then you're just making yourself out to be a liar.
That's just yeah, exactly. Because I'm not trying to exclude anybody. I have nothing against. I have nothing against people who, like Star Wars but haven't read all the books. Why would I care? Or didn't watch all Clone Wars, or didn't watch the original 2D animated Clone Wars, or didn't watch Rebels for some stupid reason because I haven't even watched Rebels. I have nothing against these people. You can love Star Wars just as much as I love Star Wars, I bet. If it's like a scale of 1 to 10, and I say I love Star Wars on a 10, and then someone else says I love Star Wars on a 10, I'm like, oh, have you read this book? And they say no. I'm like, oh, cool, you love Star Wars as much as me. There's no difference there. There really isn't. But like you're saying, you're just a liar. If you say, oh, I'm a huge Star Wars fan and I'm going to make a Star Wars movie, and then you break all the rules that have been established by Star Wars, you're not a Star Wars fan. Simple as that. Sorry. Yeah, simple. We can keep going now. I made my point. It only took me 20 to 30 minutes, but I made my point.
Yeah. I was trying to find something on what we were discussing.
Oh, that'd be great.
And where is it?
I can keep ranting. I'll keep ranting if you want me to. I could totally do it.
Keep ranting for a second until I give you the cue.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So with the Star Wars fan, so you have J.J. Abrams, which I've been watching some of his okay, so I made the new Star Wars quiz after the last one was so much fun. I decided to make a whole new set of questions. And to do so, I decided that I was going to have to actually look at some of the behind the scenes and the commentary tracks of the new set of movies, so of 7, 8, 9. So I've been watching the behind the scenes documentaries, like the making ofs, and I've been watching the commentary tracks for the movies. And it just was really frustrating because, like, I watched JJ in episode 7. He was talking about the fact that I went and he got to see Star Wars in cinemas back in the 70s. And I was like, how could you be so lucky in multiple ways, like not only to get to see the movie in theaters, but then all of a sudden, 40, 50 years later, someone comes up to you and says, hey, we'll pay you X amount of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars to make the new Star Wars movie. And you're like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. I'm totally going to make the new Star Wars movie. Then you go on TED, you go do a TED talk and you say, oh, the mystery box. My granddad gave me a mystery box. Spoiler alert. The only thing in the mystery box is air. It's empty. It's nothing. So I'm going to do a TED talk about the mystery box, how great the mystery box is. That it's this box that we don't know what's inside of it, but, we're going to establish that it's here because look at it. There's a mystery box. Don't you want to know what's in it? And then he makes an entire movie that's a mystery box, which is literally him just pointing fingers at things, being like, hey, that could be a thing, right? Ray, that could be a thing. Ooh, she had a vision of a lightsaber. The lightsaber gave her a vision. This vision that she saw, that could be a thing. Never got paid off. Could be a thing. Wasn't. And then just kept pointing at different things, being like, oh, that could be a thing. Right? Anybody with me on this? Could totally be a thing, right? But there was no vision and nothing. But then to also, the main point I'm making would be, actually, the main point I'm making, which is kind of annoying that I'm even making this point, is really about the TIE fighters. That's the main thing I'm upset about. in this rant, I'm upset about a lot more, but in this rant is the TIE fighter. So to be like, I'm such a huge fan, I got to see it when it was released. So you're essentially saying you've seen every movie. Maybe he didn't watch the prequels because he was, that was 20 years later, and he was in his 30s or 40s, because I think he said he was 11 or so whenever he saw the first one, or 6. No, 11. I think he said he was 11. So you're old. You don't care about Star Wars anymore because remember, Star Wars is just a movie about space wizards made for children. So why would you, 30 or whatever, watch a Star Wars movie? And then he gets the chance to make one, and he gets to TIE fighters, one of the simplest things ever. Every person we've seen in a TIE fighter in the original trilogy always wore a spacesuit. But not everyone had a spacesuit. You had high command. All of them are just wearing hats and gray tunics. You know, they don't need spacesuits because nobody needs a spacesuit inside of a Star Destroyer or a Death Star because they have artificial gravity and atmosphere. So obviously nobody needs one.
I found what I was gonna say in response to what you were saying about real fans and all that. So this brings up the topic of gatekeeping.
Okay, yeah,
the term
that's a rough one.
The way that I use gatekeeping is not in like the elitist way of you saying, "Oh, you're not a real fan for X, Y, and Z." No,
gatekeeping is not good in the standard definition.
In the definition that people know it by. However,
you shouldn't gatekeep.
You cannot control what people like or not like. And
absolutely.
There's no way to control it, and you shouldn't control it.
Yeah, it's rude. It's rude for someone to be like, well, you really shouldn't like Halo because you didn't play Halo 1. And it's like, yeah, but I played Halo 3 and I really enjoyed it. And if someone said I only played Halo 3 and they really enjoyed it, I'd actually be like, oh, you shouldn't play any others. Halo 3 is perfect. So just stop there. Like, I love it. So, like, no, yeah, gatekeeping in the traditional sense is bad. What do you got, Dia? What do you got?
So, saying that you're not, you're not a real fan for that is elitist, and you should call people out for that. But gatekeeping is analyzing and seeing the red flags of a troublemaker and keeping the troublemakers out. So people who want to come in and be like, oh, it's not inclusive enough, even though like Star Wars was already inclusive enough for everyone. There were fans of every race, every gender, what have you. There was no reason to change it. But it's about nurturing and keeping the fandom cohesive.
Yeah, okay, before you continue, there's something I want to bring up because I think you made a great point there. You can go back and look at some really old footage from like the 80s, and people of every race and every gender love Star Wars. Obviously, the same way that video games also have a smaller market when it comes to women, Star Wars has a smaller market when it comes to women. Every action type movie, even though Star Wars is not an action movie, but that type of movie does not appeal to women. Women like romantic comedies. They like dramas, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I like some romantic comedies and dramas. There is an overlap, right? There's some women that like action movies, and there's some guys that like romantic comedies for some weird reason. But it is the case. And so the same way with video games, where some guys don't ever want to play with Polly Pockets and Barbies, some girls never want to play with G.I. Joes. And there's no problem with that. But there is an overlap. There's always this minority of people that do overlap. And so gatekeeping from that is a bad thing. But like you're saying, of essentially gatekeeping toxicity, gatekeeping someone who's going to come in and be like, we need to change everything to make it more inclusive. And it's like, well, it's not actually going to work. Just like these woke Star Wars movies didn't work. Like, they didn't bring in new fans.
Yeah. But the last thing I want to say is, if you're being an elitist, you should be gatekept as well. Because if you're being an asshole, to people who are just now getting into it and calling them not real fans, you should be tossed out. Because you're being toxic to the fandom.
You make a great point. So did you find a video you're going to show or something?
No. That's what I was trying to find, because one of my friends, Inquisitor Matthias, actually wrote that in one of our Discords. And I was trying to find it because I wanted the exact wording that he was using, because it
was good. Yeah, that's solid. I'm behind that. Yeah, elitists should also be gatekept. I'm totally behind that. Because there's nothing wrong with new people getting introduced to the fandom. The only problem with new people coming into the fandom is if they're trying to change everything.
Yeah.
That's when it's like, oh, hold on now, walk away. You don't want to be here.
If you accept it for what it is, you are nurturing and keeping the fandom going.
I'm also for critiques. I'm totally for critiques.
Absolutely. But if it's critiques in that there's not enough of XYZ people, or
when it starts getting race based and gender based and stuff like that, it's like, okay, well, you're clearly not in the right mind.
It's like
Because to me, people who think that way on race and gender lines and sexuality, I think those would be the three categories that I would just define it as, right? So if someone comes into a thing and they watch a thing and they're thinking, well, what are the races, what's the gender, and what's the sexuality, and that's how they judge if a thing is good or not, then they're toxic to me. That's someone who's toxic, like, because they're not analyzing media, you know. They clearly have an agenda that the majority of people don't align with, of just like, is it good or is it bad? And it's that simple. But then you have this whole group of people, this minor group of people, that come along and they say, well, it matters what the gender, the race, and the sexuality of the characters are, and if they don't line up, then they're not good. And that's a problem. I think that's a problem.
Yeah. The storyteller should be able to put whatever they want into the story without people actually, being like, oh, it doesn't have this person, so I can't relate to it. I am not. I
don't know anyone who actually thinks that way.
Yeah.
That this thing isn't here, so I can't relate to it. I don't know anyone who thinks that way.
I'm not Japanese, but I can relate to the stories that Japanese tell.
Yeah, because I was going to say it would be character traits, but then that might be too broad, so it's more morals. I relate to somebody based on their morals, not what or who they are. Yeah, virtues. Yeah, virtues is probably the better way to put it. It's not even morals, it's virtues. Yeah, because morals are slightly different than virtues. But yeah, I think you're right. Because like if I watch something and it's like the lead character is a woman, but holy crap, if her virtues and morals line up with mine, I'm like, this is amazing. I love it. Like, I relate. You know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It doesn't come down to gender or race or sexuality. Those are the last things on my mind when it comes to a media.
Exactly. It's just they don't know how to write characters anymore. They put the superficial stuff first instead of the actual substance of the character.
Right, and it's all superficial. That's a great way to put it, because it is. It's all superficial.
But let's keep going. We've been on a long enough tangent.
Yeah, let's go.
The cruiser Ninka.
Vice Admiral Holdo is even less sympathetic to Poe's attitude than General Leia.
I've dealt with plenty of trigger-happy flyboys like you. You're impulsive, dangerous, and the last thing we need right now.
She harshly chastises Poe for his...
Is Poe those things? Is he really? Impulsive, trigger-happy? Because I didn't see that in the first movie or in the beginning of this movie.
From what I remember, he was, a tactician. He was being tactical about the things that he put his troops through, and he ensured the loss of life was minimized.
He also destroyed the Starkiller base on a mission that was approved by General Organa. He basically single-handedly took it out. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be Alfred. You're talking about the purple-haired one, right? That's facing away from the screen? Yeah, I think that's Alfred.
Sup, Proton?
That's an old meme right there. That's good. I like that. I like that. That's freaking God, I actually really like the content creator. Ralph, that's Ralph the Movie Maker. When he was reviewing Joker, and yeah, that's good. Yeah, is this supposed to be Alfred? That's good. Yeah, I think the purple-haired one is Alfred. Dude, Proton, get on in here. Come on, talk to us.
Proton, would you be up to it?
Because if he would, like, by all means, I would love a third. Wasn't Proton the guy who joined us for the?
No. You're thinking of Farrell and Kaz.
Okay, yeah. It was Farrell the one that kept making comments, and I was like, just bring him in here, and then he basically just was the commenter, like, but with vocals.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
dang. Okay, some other time. Keep commenting though. We'll respond.
No, Poe is definitely not impulsive or trigger happy at all. He is,
That's not what I saw. Yeah.
he just ensures that his people can get out without, massive loss of life.
I mean, really, the only thing that you can critique him on is this movie. And it's the opening to this movie where basically every single bomber died. And then I would just put that down to 1, the person who designed the bomber. 2, the fact that the person who said mission a go halfway through it decided, no, retreat for the world's slowest bombers that were going to get taken out by all the gunners. And they didn't even deploy the X-Wings, or the TIE fighters. They didn't even deploy TIE fighters at the time. If TIE fighters should have been to the mix, those bombers would have been dead instantly. There's no freaking doubt.
This movie is just poorly written.
No, it really. We've already said it before, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate. This is what happens when you only do one draft for a script. This is the kind of movie you get. One with inconsistencies and irrational dialogue that has no proper place based upon actions that the characters have taken. But the thing is, you have a person like this guy. What was this channel called?
Pop Culture Detective.
Okay, so you have people like Pop Culture Detective who literally take things at face value, right? And that's the only reason any essays like this get made is Poe got dismissed by Leia because he was slapped in the face and she said you did a bad job. And then you have Holdo come up and say you're impulsive and trigger happy, and he literally takes it at face value. A character said it, it must be true. So he doesn't understand nuance, or I'll just say they don't understand nuance, because there's actually a lot of really good movies. I can't think of one offhand, but there are really good movies where characters are actually wrong, like intentionally in the script, where they'll attribute assets to a character that aren't true, and the movie goes on for that character to prove it wrong. That's something that movies do. And he would watch a movie like that and okay, no, actually that's probably a bad example. I was gonna say Demolition Man, but that's probably a bad example. But there are movies where a character will attribute a characteristic to another character, and as the movie goes on, we learn that guy was wrong, or that gal was wrong, and the character is not actually like that, or they've grown and they're better than that. But this guy's going to argue that at the end, when Poe becomes a sniveling coward that retreats from combat, that's when he's grown. He's become a better person because he learned to follow orders without question. Because that's where we're going with this. Because for some reason, people watch this movie and they immediately think Leia and Holdo is right because they said they were right. And instead of having critical thinking.
Here's the thing. Anybody in the military that would listen to people like Holdo or Leia in this movie will get reprimanded by the higher-ups because they were following orders that made absolutely no sense.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. You established that in the last time.
Hold on. Poe didn't even know the orders.
Wait, what do you mean?
They didn't tell him the plan.
What do you mean? At this point, no. No. At this point, that hasn't been. We're not even there yet. You're right, but we're not even there yet. He's getting reprimanded because the bombers died. That's what this whole thing is about. We haven't even gotten to the point that he hasn't been told the plan, and then starts. It wasn't even his fault. No, it wasn't. Like I said, it's a fault of the designer of the bombers and the person who okayed the mission, and then halfway through the mission said abandoned mission. And then Poe made the right decision because all of the bombers are going to get destroyed one way or another. So they might as well destroy the dreadnought and save the fleet so they can retreat. The rest of the movie wouldn't happen if Poe followed orders. If Poe followed orders, they would have said, pull back, and they would have turned around. They would have all got wiped out. Poe probably would have survived because he was in an X-Wing. So he probably would have survived. But all the bombers would be dead, the same as they are now. He would have lived, and I guess everybody would have patted him on the back and said, you did a great job, as all of everybody else got killed by the dreadnought. But they would have said, hey, good job, you followed orders. And then everyone would have died in a fire explosion. Movie over. Well, I guess we'd have Rey. We could cut over to Rey. Because Finn and Poe would be dead.
Cut over to Rey and Jake and see how they're doing.
Yeah, Rey and Jake and Kylo. Check in on them. Gosh, how long was this movie? 2 hours and 40 minutes or something stupid like that? Something stupid length. So it's like, so here we are, like 20 minutes into the movie at most, maybe a half hour at this point. Well, I think it was just
all
20.
The Star Wars movies are a little over 2 hours in length.
No, I don't think so. I think the first 6 are an hour and a half, basically a piece, maybe 2 tops. And then this movie was the first one to be like, yeah, it's over 2 hours. And the Rise of Skywalker was longer, and they're both terrible.
Let's keep going though.
The longer, the worse.
I wanna get done with this video.
Yeah, please.
Recklessness, and rightly dismisses his antics as a liability to their mission. Mm-hmm. And this is really what's at the heart of why so many angry fans tend to hate Vice Admiral Holdo's character so much.
That's what you got. That's what you brought us to.
Get this man off my bridge.
Poe Dameron's story is that of a cocky, headstrong, never-tell-me-the-odds style male hero who is repeatedly reprimanded.
You have bet the survival of the Resistance on bad odds.
Oh, that's a funny line. That is a funny freaking line. Okay, because the Rise of Skywalker contradicts this entirely. Oh, and so does Episode 4, by the way. So, you've bet the entire Resistance on bad odds, right? Bad odds. And the Rise of Skywalker, so at the end of this movie, right, we all know that Admiral Holdo hopped in the cruiser, hit the light speed, and then blew the entire fleet up with her ship, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
A few bombers for a dreadnought sounds like a win to me. Exactly. If you're thinking about it like chess, exactly. Is basically it was you sacrificed a pawn, a bishop, and a rook.
Knight. No, a knight.
A knight. Yeah, fine. We'll go with that. It's basically 2 power pieces and a pawn were sacrificed for the sake of taking out a queen and a rook and a bishop and a knight. So you came out on top, point wise. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Definitely 1 in a million.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. So she says you bet this whole thing on bad odds. And then in the Rise of Skywalker, someone says, hey, we should pull some Holdo maneuvers to take out this huge fleet of Star Destroyers that have Death Star cannons on them. And the response is, we can't do that. That maneuver's 1 in a million.
Even though it's just ramming them while their shields are down.
With hyperspace. You have to activate your hyperdrive. Yeah. But so the thing is that she's getting mad at Poe for what he did. To be like, you're betting our odds on... You're betting our survival on bad odds? But then she took, apparently, according to the lore of the sequel trilogy, a 1 in a million chance that the Holdo maneuver thing that she pulled off with the hyperspace drive actually worked. So 1 in a million chance.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because like they tried to in order to retcon the move, they said that 999,999 times she would have just gone to hyperspace and left the area. But 1 in a million, she would have rammed through everything. So she bet the survival of the entire fleet on a 1 in a million chance, but wants to reprimand Poe for bad odds.
I forget. Did the Dreadnought even have shields, or were they just down?
I don't even remember. It doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure the hold on maneuver works no matter what. But the other thing is, okay, so episode 4, right? We can go back in time to Star Wars episode 4. Everyone's getting prepped for launch to go against the Death Star, right? And so all the pilots are sitting in the room. You remember that scene? Everybody, including Luke, they're all sitting in a room, and the commanding officers are showing them the schematics of the Death Star. And they're like, we found the one weakness. We're going to have to run down this trench with fighters. We can't actually attack it with higher class ships because the guns will blow us down. But it turns out that you guys can get below the shields and below the guns, go into this trench, shoot this this hole in the exhaust port, and if you throw photon torpedoes down it, or whatever, you shoot some torpedoes down it, and you can blow up the whole thing from the inside. It's a huge weakness in the entire thing. It's the only shot we've got at this. If that's the plan, can't use anything except X-wings and Y-wings, right? You remember that?
Yeah, hold on. I got this video for you. That's the holdover maneuver if it was lore accurate.
What?
That was the holdover maneuver if it was lore accurate. She just hit the shield.
Oh, she hit one and blew up herself. Okay, yeah, that's clever. Okay, I like that. I wasn't 100% sure what just happened there, but yeah, exactly. If it was lore accurate, that's exactly what would have happened. She would have blown up, and that's it. Just her. Anyways, so the point I'm making, all right? So back in episode 4, so we have the 1 in a million, according to episode 9, referring to episode 8, to what Holdo does. They're like, oh, it's a 1 in a million. But we can go back to episode 4, and when they're explaining the whole plan, people are like, well, this is crazy. And, Luke says, oh, I shot womp rats that were no bigger than 2 meters back at Tatooine with my T-speeder, or whatever the crap he says. And then someone says, this is a 1 in a million plan. Like, there's no way this will work. This is a 1 in a million shot that you have to make. And they're like, yeah, it's the only thing we've got, though. And then Luke does it. So if Holdo was there, the Death Star wouldn't have gotten blown up. Because she would have said, no, you're not going to bet the entire survival of the rebellion off of a bad odds. 1 in a million to destroy the Death Star? Forget it. And Yavin blows up. Hey, what was it that that guy just said? I missed it. Dead air.
Sorry, I was reading. Proton said the T-16. Also, hello, Ghost Hand. The one thing that bothers me is the air of arrogance and superiority that Holdo exudes the second she's introduced. It comes off as overconfident.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I'm getting into here, is that if she was back in episode 4, they would have failed to destroy the Death Star because they would have been like, yeah, it's 1 in a million odds to shoot torpedoes down this chute, or exhaust port, sorry. It's a 1 in a million chance that someone can shoot torpedoes down this exhaust port and blow it up, but it's the only thing we found. And then based on her logic in this movie, it's like, you're going to bet the entire rebellion on bad odds? We're not doing that crap. And then Yavin 4 gets blown up, and the Empire probably wins.
Yeah. And it just... The way that she just takes over and has this plan that she doesn't give to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, look at that face that we paused on even. Look at that face. That's a face of, like, I'm a psychotic bitch. No, like for real. I'm not making a joke. I'm being sincere. It's just like that's not a good face to make.
Especially whenever you're talking to one of your subordinates, and
Yeah,
I get that she's
basically the
berating him,
next in command. Although he gets demoted back to like captain from fleet commander.
Yes, Proton, the face of
The
badness.
face of madness. Exactly. That's exactly what that is. You're gonna bet the entire resistance on bad odds? By the way, the plan that I'm not going to tell you is that everyone's going to flee to that planet, and then I'm going to hyperspace jump into all these enemies.
With really bad odds.
Which it turns out is 1 in a million. So I think Poe's plan probably had a better outcome statistically. You know, of sending 2 people on one ship to a planet in order to get a hacker, in order to then sneak aboard the dreadnought or whatever the supremacy, that's what it's called. Like, because his plan is, I'm going to send people to get a hacker. They're going to come back. They're going to sneak aboard the supremacy. They're going to disable the ships and the tracker, and then we're going to light speed jump out of here without them being able to track us and escape. The odds for that? Probably 1 in 1,000. Probably really low. 1 in 100,000. She's going to bet it on 1 in a million, which actually doesn't work. I just want to point that out. It doesn't work. She blows up the fleet, an entire armada lands on the planet, kills everybody except enough people to fit inside of the Millennium Falcon, and that's it. That's all the survivors of the entire resistance. They started out with 4 ships. 4 ships full of people. They could probably hold 1,000 at least a piece. So that's 4,000 people. By the end of it, there's 40. And that's Holdo's plan.
Yeah, they lost 90% of their entire crew.
If not more! Dang it!
And they were on the run from the First Order. I always want to say Empire.
It's not the Empire. The Empire was actually competent. Oh, and the rebels were also competent. Also, design does not exactly scream battle-hardened military strategist. Even Leia's look is more humble and grounded. If she was stone cold during the movie, it would. During the movie, it could have a semblance of authority. I agree. Yeah. If she wasn't emotional, if she was just stone cold, or what's another way to put it? Stoic. If she was stoic from the moment we met her, I might think differently of her.
But stoicism is what you would consider, toxic masculinity.
Well, okay, you might be right on that. But my actual problem wouldn't be her personality. Okay? My actual problem is not her personality. It's her plan.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing of what she does. So even if she was a better written character in the sense of how the character, okay, no, not even better written, because I think that would open up the possibility of her actually being good, because I will go ahead and say Holdo could have been better written and I would have liked her, because that's definitely true. If she was portrayed different, if her outfit was different, if the way she delivered dialogue was different, she still would have been a sucky character that I hated, because she's not a good leader. There's no decision at any time that she makes that says this is a competent leader. She is a POS the whole time.
I have known people who were supposed to be military strategists that were like Holdo.
Oh God!
They were super emotional about everything.
So the whole armada would have been destroyed by enemy combatants if you ever got into a scrimmage.
Yeah. However, they were grounded in the sense that they had somebody over them to tell them no.
Oh, so they weren't actually like the admiral of the fleet.
No.
Oh, that's good.
They were the strategist.
Okay.
The admirals and the captains told them no.
Oh, isn't it good to have a balance of power?
Right?
where someone you can trust who has experience. So that's another thing is I feel like Holdo comes across as like, so let's go back to Vietnam, right? So Vietnam. Hold on. Okay, so in Vietnam, you would have a CO airdropped into the field that's a greenhorn, but their ranking officers like lieutenant. But the guy who's been serving the longest in the platoon, as the platoon's been slowly wiped out, is corporal. The lieutenant does not immediately take command. The corporal actually takes command because the corporal knows what the crap's going on and how the enemy fights. And their job is to have a lieutenant that's going to come in with them to the field, and they're going to train the lieutenant on how the enemy fights and the tactics. The lieutenant does not have any overriding rank amongst the platoon because the corporal has been there longer.
Exactly.
And Holdo comes across as a greenhorn that's suddenly thrown into the position of an admiral that says, F the fleet commander, you're demoted, and everybody better listen to me, even though I'm new. And gets the whole squad killed.
Ghost Hand again. It's not even a question of toxicity. We had a stone cold female officials like Captain Catherine Janeway in Star Trek is genuine. The screenwriters thinking every scene should have emotion. Yeah, and if you have emotion in every scene,
wait, was that derogatory towards Janeway?
No.
Oh, okay, because I like Janeway.
She was stone cold, and she was a great female captain.
Yeah, she could be a bitch from time to time, but holy crap.
But modern day writers and screenwriters think that every scene should have emotion to it.
And you know what made her good? Is if she was wrong, she admitted it.
Exactly.
She changed. She actually had development.
You learn from your past mistakes.
Yeah, dude. Janeway was actually one of the best. I still think Picard was the best captain. But dude, Janeway was stone cold when it came to mission operatives, especially at the beginning of the series. But as it went on, she realized that she was just going to get everybody killed. Battle tested, yeah, that's a good way to put it. But as the series went on, I think even near the end of the first season was by the time she got broken down and realized there's no way we're getting out of this if I think I'm the one with the answers. And I need actually everyone's input, or not everyone, but I need the command deck. You know, I need the higher rank officials to talk with me so that I can understand this. And she slowly learned who knew what best to have a council. You know, it's actually not that people are fans of hearing this, but in the Bible, in Proverbs, it says the Proverbs was written by Solomon. Solomon was the son of David. David was regarded as the best king ever. And then Solomon, his son, took the throne and was regarded as actually the wisest person to ever live. And he wrote the book of Proverbs. And in the book of Proverbs, one of the passages he wrote was that wisdom is found in a multitude of counsel. So the wisest man to ever exist said, guess what? One person can't save everything. They need people to tell them.
So what you're saying is you need to have multiple inputs in order to reach the conclusion that you need.
Exactly. And that's coming from a Christianity perspective, who's regarded as the wisest king to ever live. So that's a pretty big deal. I'm just saying that's a pretty big deal. Even if you're not religious, that's a pretty big deal that all religious people consider Solomon to be the wisest man alive, and one of his biggest things he ever said was, yeah, to be wise, you need other people to tell you what to do.
I mean, that's why we have
freaking smart. It's freaking wise.
It's why we have our government set up the way that we do.
That's absolutely right.
Representatives.
That's why there's 3 branches. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
That's even why Parliament exists. When it comes to Britain. You know, it's all set up in that same sense that it one person can't actually make all the choices. You need a multitude of people.
Yeah, Proton
It
says it perfectly.
utilizes the neural network of society. That's very true. Exactly. We are essentially all a hive mind. And I don't mean that in the sense that we're thoughtless, but I mean that we're interconnected. We are a hive mind in that sense. We're not a hive mind like an ant colony, and we're not a hive mind like the Borg, but we're a hive mind kind of more like a supercomputer, where we can compute these super crazy hard problems and then break them down into simple structure, and if we all work together, we can solve them. We're more like that.
Yeah. Though I think this tangent, we keep on getting on tangents.
Dude, no, because this video sucks. I said this last time, nearly 7 hours ago.
But Jam Sully said that it gets worse, and I want to see how it gets worse.
It's gonna get worse. I believe him. It's gonna get worse. Yeah, let's keep going.
Until he finally learns to listen to and trust women in positions of power.
Oh God, is this what this is about?
As episode 8 begins, Finn is a man obsessed. He wants nothing more than to find his friend Rey
Pause.
and then
Pause. You're gonna have to back up a little bit. Is this what this is about? This is actually a sexist video. Is that what this is?
Until he finally learns to listen to and trust women in positions of power.
Pause. Is that what this is about?
I think
this
so,
whole video.
We're finally in the meat of the video.
This whole video is actually sexist, right? That's what I'm getting at. It's actually it's that men need to learn to trust women in positions of power.
I think so.
What is that? Is that an issue? Is that actually an issue for anybody? I'm just saying practically. Okay, I understand there's sexists out there. I'm not just disregarding that. There is sexist, there is racist. I've met 2 racists. I don't know if I've met any sexists yet, but I have met 2 racists, and they really disappoint me as people. Because generally when it came to like me becoming friends with them, it was because of their sense of humor. And then the longer that I talked to them, I slowly realized they're actually genuinely racist. And I'm like, well, that's just sad because I liked you. But now that you're a racist, I don't want anything to do with you. And I mean genuinely, right? Because you have these like SJWs and people who are like, oh, everyone that thinks this way is racist. I'm like, no, they're not. I've met 2 racists, like actual racists. And when I met them, they didn't come across like that. But the more that I got to know them, the more I realized they were genuinely racist. And it's really disappointing and sad. And I don't know how to actually address those people to try and change their mind.
Yeah, Proton says that's one of the messages that he got from the movie.
Oh, message of the movie? Yeah. No, you're right.
But
I just didn't think the message of this video essay was going to be the same thing. But yeah, I guess it is.
But it's not like every guy just goes around and
women.
A lot of guys like me go around like that satirically, like making a joke.
Yeah,
like you know,
as
like
a
I
joke,
don't.
but not
Yeah,
genuine.
it's a joke. Like women can't drive or Asians can't drive. It's a joke. It's not. We don't mean it. Like obviously they can. It's a joke. Women don't have a sense of humor. Like women aren't funny. They can't be comedians. It's a joke. It's not real. It's a joke because you have people like Ellen DeGeneres. She's hilarious. Betty White. She's hilarious. Like
Betty
you
White
have, there's
is great.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good female comedians. So it's a joke.
It's
just
also
a
a joke
joke.
that Betty White won't die.
I'm pretty sure she did.
No, Betty White's still alive.
Prove it. Freaking prove it. I'm pretty sure she died like last year. Otherwise,
White.
she's like 99.
Betty
She
White,
might be alive.
Her
Yeah.
IMDb page, because that's
Yeah.
the most
Yeah, accurate. Yeah, for
Accurate.
sure.
Let's see. Here's her IMDb page.
Mm-hmm.
Betty White, born January 17th, 1922. Death hasn't happened.
What?
They usually
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so Betty White's still alive. I can't believe it, man. She's like 99 or 100 at this point. Some other really funny female comedian actually died sometime last year. I wish I could remember her name. I'd have to look it up. But Jane Fonda, maybe? Jane Fonda
died during
a year or two ago.
2018.
Yeah, a year or two ago. Okay, so 4 years ago. Holy crap. I think it was Jane Fonda, then maybe I'm thinking, no, I don't think that's right. There's another female comedian who's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Wait, is Jane Fonda the one who said we've already had our first gay president in reference to Barack Obama?
Yes. That was Jane Fonda.
Yeah, okay, yeah, she passed away. She's hilarious. I love it. The fact that it was like, someone was like, do you think, in a questionnaire or whatever, it was like, do you ever think we'll have a homosexual for president? And she's like, what are you talking about, sweetie? We've already had one, Barack Obama. I'm like, dude, Jane Fonda, you're hilarious. Like, she's seriously one of the funniest humans to have ever lived.
No, it was Joan Rivers. It was Joan Rivers.
That's it. That's who I was thinking of. Yes, Joan Rivers. Yeah, she's freaking great. Joan Rivers is so funny.
It's Jane Fonda and John Fonda that are the siblings that are crazy.
Yeah, I guess I don't know them by name. But yeah, Joan Rivers, that's who I was thinking of. She's hilarious. She's a good.
Thank you, Proton.
That's someone that
2014.
Jeez, holy crap, I feel old now. That's someone that if you're ever like, is there a funny comedian that's a woman? Dude, look up Joan Rivers. Look up her stand-up. She's really funny. Like, she genuinely funny. And so is Ellen. Ellen DeGeneres is genuinely funny in her stand-up. I don't think she's so funny on her talk show. Yeah. She's not so much funny on that, but Ellen was good in her stand-up. Joan Rivers was good in her stand-up. Yeah. Those are two really good female comedians. I think I mentioned someone earlier. Betty White.
Betty White,
she's funny. I don't know if she ever did stand-up comedy, but she's funny. She's good in the TV shows she's in.
Especially Golden Girls.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Golden Girls, but yeah, Betty White's definitely the highlight. She's definitely the highlight of that show. But okay, so the point we're getting at here, which I'm forgetting. The point we're getting at here is that he's saying
Betty White turns 100 this year, or not next year. She turns 100 next year. She turns 99 this
98.
year.
Okay, yes, I said she was almost 100, so I was technically right. I said she was like 99, 98. Okay, so I was right. That's good to know. But the point that this guy's making, which I've already forgot the name of the channel because I really don't give a crap. This is all Jam Sully's fault that we're even watching this, so I really don't care who this is that we're watching. No. Positions of authority being held by women is not an issue for the majority of men, which is why earlier I said I've only ever met two racists. I've met two racists, and I don't think I've ever met any actual sexists.
See,
jokingly is one thing. It's hard to say when it's a joke. You know, it's hard to say. So maybe I have met sexists, but I've made jokes about women. And I know plenty of people who have made jokes about women who actually respect women, and we don't think lesser of them. It's a joke. It's the same way you can make joke about men. You know, that we all like to scratch our bellies, sit on the couch, and eat fried chicken. Right? It's a simple joke. It's really easy to make the joke. To be, oh yeah, I was laying in bed eating coleslaw and chicken salad, and I didn't want to answer the door, and it turned out that it was the delivery man because I ordered a pizza earlier. And it's like, oh, it's a simple joke about how men are fat and lazy. We can make fun of that, and we can laugh at it, and we can make jokes about women too, without genuinely thinking it's degrading. You know, I don't think less of men because of the jokes we can make about degrading men. I don't think less about women for making degrading jokes about women. It's jokes.
And people that I've seen like actually do these things and degrade people, I don't have anything to do with them.
You've met sexists?
I haven't personally, but I've seen them on the internet. And
Yeah, that's different. Yeah. You're gonna find racist, sexist, and all that stuff on the internet. That's easy. It's the internet. I'm saying in real life, genuinely people that I've met 2 racists and I've met 0 sexists. But the 2 racists I met, it was really disappointing whenever I realized they were racist. Because at first they don't come across that way. They're just, they're telling jokes about different things and that. And then eventually it gets on race, and you're like, oh, you're getting a little too far when you're saying like coon and monkey and stuff like that in reference to people of color. And I'm like, oh, I think you might be racist. But I have a rule at hand, which is 2 times is still that you have a sense of humor. 3 times there's an issue here.
Yeah, there's an issue.
3 times there's a genuine issue.
Proton's asking, what about degrading jokes about Star Wars? Yeah.
What about degrading jokes of Star Wars?
You can joke about Star Wars and degrade Star Wars as a joke.
I have no problem with it.
It's more of a critique and pointing out things as a fan.
No, I have no problem with it either way. Even if you hate it, I don't care. If you make jokes about Star Wars, that's fine. I don't see what you're talking about, honestly. Anybody can make fun of Star Wars anytime for any reason, and that is what it is. It's just Star Wars. It's just a movie.
Exactly.
So
but
there's no issue.
Here. Let's get through the meat.
As episode 8 begins, Finn is a man obsessed. He wants nothing more than to find his friend Rey and then get as far away from the war as he possibly can.
Pause.
Finn's intention.
Yeah, and that's a problem with the writing, because in the last movie, Finn developed as a character, and then this movie, Finn was redacted and rewritten to be the same character he was from the beginning of the last movie and turned into a joke character. He was stereotyped by what I would say. Okay, and this comes from John Boyega. Okay, I'll give you a John Boyega quote, which, if you don't know, that's the name of the actor of Finn. I'm not saying that to you, Cyrac. I'm just saying that for anybody watching that might not be as heavily invested as we are. So John Boyega, when talking about this movie in an interview, said Hollywood only views black men as comic relief and sweaty. And that's exactly what he is in this whole movie. He's sweaty, and he is comic relief. He has no development. The development from the last movie is not carried over. He's reset to be a joke, and that's not a good thing. And if this guy is going to try and say that John Boyega's character of Finn is better in this movie because of its subverting expectations of a male hero, then I'll throw the argument at him, because I'm assuming he follows the same critical race theory line of thought.
Don't know that.
We don't know that. Yeah, okay, fine. You're right. I'll throw the same argument back at him, though, that this black male character was degraded and reduced to a joke. I'll do that instead of critical race theory. I'll just throw back that argument.
Which is absolutely true, that he was degraded, and even in the Chinese posters, he was reduced in size on the poster.
He was shrunk, and he was cut. He was actually cut out of some of the movie because I don't know if they cut the kissing scene from this movie, but I know for a fact that he was reduced from the posters, and he was cut from some of the movie when it came to the Chinese release. Finn's character deconstruction was the biggest disappointment of the whole thing. A janitor. ... I'm assuming
He
the
was
comment
just a
goes on.
janitor.
Oh,
He was just a janitor.
Right, and he wasn't a janitor in the first movie, but he was reduced to a janitor in this movie. Exactly. So the thing is...
Yeah. It's hugely insulting.
Yes, hugely, exactly. This was... Okay, I think I've said it a couple times now, but I'll just go ahead and say it again. Finn was my favorite character in episode 7. Favorite character. And then in episode 8, they just took a huge stinky dump all on him.
Finn was also the only one to actually have an arc within the movie because Rey is the
that's
same.
why I liked him. That's why I
Rey
liked
is
him.
the same character she was.
Poe is the same as well.
Yeah, Poe is the same as well. And he got reduced, or he got his character reduced as well in episode 9.
Oh yeah, no, it gets worse. It gets worse for Finn. Finn started off strong and then just keeps getting shut down. And even John Boyega, which I'm glad that he came out and talked about it, talks about how much he hated it, about the fact that he was sold a co-star, like a co-main character role. And then starting from 8, he was given less screen time than any of the other main characters. Like, it keeps going down in time. I don't remember the exact length, but it gets to the point of like a minute and a half. I think in episode 9, he basically gets a minute and a half, 3 minutes out of a over 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
Like, it just gets worse and worse for him. And he's like, I was supposed to be, like, not necessarily Han Solo, but, equal. Because, like, Luke, Leia, and Han don't get equal screen time, but boy, do they get the screen time. But then all of a sudden you have, like, Rey, Poe, and Finn. Rey gets a lot of screen time. Poe and Finn get 3rd or 4th billing compared to these random other characters that show up. They get more screen time than them. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so Finn just gets done dirty. John Boyega got done dirty, and even he points it out.
Yeah, and he
Best
could have
character
had
episode 7.
He could have had a better character arc, and just reducing him down to a janitor is stupid.
Rude. It's rude. Look, Finn was set up. He even wielded a lightsaber in episode 7. He was set up to be a Jedi. And it never paid off. He was totally set up to be a Jedi. It was. I would say it's easily arguable that Rey and Finn were both supposed to start the new Jedi Order, based on the way Episode 7 went. Since apparently the new Jedi Order fell apart because Kylo had a bad dream, and so Luke decided to kill him. But so the good guys, the guys who were actually going to do it the right way, it was going to be a woman and a black man, and they were going to set up, for social clout. It's going to be the two of them that make the new Jedi Order, and then they make the black guy a joke, and it's super disappointing because he was the one character I liked. And so if this guy goes on, I might drop the he's a racist card. If he goes on to say that Finn's development arc was subverting expectations of what we expect from male heroes, and that it was actually done better than what we wanted, I might call the guy that made this video a racist. I might do it. Just saying.
We'll see. We will see.
Just saying. I'm gonna go ahead and hang that on the ceiling.
You'll preface it.
I'll put a little hook. I'm gonna nail a little thing into the roof here, and I'm going to put a little hook through the hook, and so it's holding onto the ceiling, and there's a little 3-inch rope coming off of it, and there's an atom bomb, and the atom bomb I've painted on, you're a racist. And as this goes on, I might go up to the roof, and I might just flick it off the ceiling and let it drop. It might happen. I don't know yet. We'll see. but it's there. It's ready for me to hit.
We'll see. Let's keep going.
Yeah, it's there.
Are selfish and driven by a lack of faith. He's convinced that the fight against the First Order is a lost cause.
Sorry. But this fleet is doomed, and if my friend comes back to me, she's doomed too.
Enter Rose Tycho, a low-ranking maintenance worker who...
First,
Tycho?
Tico. It's Tico. First, Tico. Second, how is Finn wrong in this situation? To say this entire fleet? Yes, he would. He totally would. He would totally leave because you know what he's doing right now? By leaving is self-sacrificial.
How is it self-sacrificial? It's more self-preservation.
No, it's not. It's self-sacrificial because he's going to risk his life to flee in an escape pod in order to track down Rey, who is with the most wanted man in the entire galaxy that the First Order is trying to kill. So he's going from danger to more danger, could die in the process to get to a guy that everyone wants to kill in order to tell Rey, hey, by the way, don't go back to the beacon that says come back to us, so that he can save her life. It is entirely selfless. It is not selfish. He's not doing it for preservation. He's doing it to save the one friend he's made.
You're right. He was going to go find Rey and
to
Rey
save her life. Yeah, Rey could have saved the fleet. Exactly. But more important than that is it's not selfish. It's selfless. He's willing to put his life on the line to die to try and flee the ship, because as a life pod, he most likely would just get shot out of the air before he even leaves. But he's willing to take the risk because it's more important to save the one friend he's made. Now, Poe is another friend he's made, so he's made two friends. Poe's fine. Poe's doing what Poe does. You know, he already interacted with Poe. Poe gave his 2 cents on what he wanted to do, and he's like, okay, yeah, Poe seems good. I gotta go tell Rey, because the only thing Rey knows is that there's a beacon on these ships that are saying, hey, survivors, you should come back to us. And he's like, if Rey comes back here, she's just dead instantly. But if I tell her what's going on, we can come back and save it. Because who knows? Maybe she could bring Luke back. And Luke and Rey come back and save the day.
Yeah. And
Rey, freaking Finn is not being selfish. That's a stupid thing to say. That's an ignorant thing to say.
I don't think that Luke would actually come back with him, though.
No, probably not. I mean, look, we watched the movie.
Luke in this film.
Wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. We watched the movie. Luke wouldn't come back. He's not going to come back. But that's not the point. The point is that Finn is not being selfish. That's the point.
Yeah.
He's not actually fleeing. He's not running away. They're framing it the wrong way. And Rose frames it the wrong way. Rose Taco, whatever he calls her. Taiko. whatever he calls her. Tycho. Yeah. Rose is wrong. Okay. First off, Rose is a fascist. She's literally guarding the escape vessels and saying, if you're a member of the resistance, you can never leave. That's like a Russian communist thing to do, right? Like, oh, we're in the military and we're at a war. No. Retreaters will be killed on sight. You must go to the front line. That's evil.
Well,
Rose is evil.
Hold on.
I'm serious.
In the case
I'm
of Rose
freaking
Tico,
serious.
no, in the case of Rose Tico, defectors will be tased
and then sent back to the front line to die. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. And you know what? Finn never joined the resistance. He never once joined. Yeah, not one step back. Exactly. But no, remember, Finn never joined. Now, granted, in episode 7, he pretended he was a resistance in order to win over Rey. Because how do you meet some random chick on the desert who's like, oh, you're a resistance? She'd be like, actually, I'm a stormtrooper, but I'm defecting. Because then you automatically sound like a spy. So like he totally makes sense to be like, yeah, I'm resistance. I'm trying to meet back up with the resistance. And then they do meet back up with the resistance. But it never joins the resistance. He never officially says, yeah, I'm gonna be a resistance fighter. He literally, while trying to save Rey's life, gets sliced in the back and disabled, put into a coma, and then whenever this movie starts, he finishes healing, wakes up and is like, holy crap, what am I doing here? We're all gonna die. Rey's gonna die. I gotta save Rey. And he's like, oh, resistance traitors will be executed. I'm Rose Tico. Teco.
Commissar Tico. Space. Oh.
That's all. That's all I have to say about this scene. This guy's wrong. He doesn't.
I need to get the clip of.
There's a couple clips you need.
No,
I haven't sent them to you yet. There's a clip or two that I wanted to send you.
It was from Command and Conquer.
Good game. Good game. Good game series.
It's the one that has who was the original Pennywise?
Pennywise, what?
From It. Who was the original Pennywise?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't like horror movies.
He was also the dude from Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost.
Once again, you're going into the realm of horror stuff.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Nope, never watched it. Not a fan. I don't like cross-dressers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I've just never watched it.
He was also in Scary Movie 2.
Never watched it. Not a fan of comedies that are spoofs.
Proton, do you know who I'm talking about? Clue. He was also in Clue.
Clue? There's a movie about Clue?
Yes.
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Oh my god.
You're totally talking about. You're talking to the wrong guy.
What is his name?
No, just start this up whenever you're ready. I have nothing else to say.
Tim Curry. Tim Curry. That's it. I want the clip of him saying space as a Soviet in Command and Conquer. Because it is great. You still there? Austin. I think
Scotty. Scotty's dead. He had too much happiness, but now he's happier he's dead. And we'll miss him.
Look, I said I had nothing else to say. Just whenever you're ready, start the clip.
Who's a fan of Finn's exploits from The Force Awakens.
Gotta get back to what I was doing, so.
What were you doing?
When she realizes he's not really the committed resistance hero that she...
Okay, hold on. She didn't let him explain himself. He was about to explain himself, and she just tases him.
Yeah, wait, can we watch that again? Because I think you're right, because I think this is completely in context.
And
which is rare for this video.
Gotta get back to what I was doing, so.
What were you doing?
When she realizes he's not really the committed resistance hero...
Yeah! No, he gives like 3 lines. He said
says,
3 words.
Here's how it is.
Yeah.
He just tases him.
Okay, let me explain what's going on. It's like, oh, you're a resistance hero? Yeah, well, what are you doing over here? Okay, let me explain what's going on, okay, because this is really important, all right? So, because, like, I'm assuming what's going to go on here is essentially going to be like, yeah, you know the chick, Rey, right? You heard about her, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, Rey, yeah, the Force user that has the lightsaber that defeated Kylo Ren in combat. Yeah, her. Okay, so I'm gonna go get her so that she can save us. Because we're all screwed. No, you stay here and you die like the rest of us, scum. We're the rebels.
I forgot that he only got like 3 words out before she tased him.
Oh, that was so stupid. I freaking hate this movie.
Heard stories about her disappointment is palpable.
And then they make her badass.
Yeah, I know, and she's so disappointed in the hero that she's heard about. And I do have to ask. Okay, so the hero that she's heard about. Well, okay, how dare you not die for dear motherland? Exactly. See, it's communist Soviet Russia.
It would be the fatherland if you're putting dare in
No.
front of it.
Nope. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's the motherland because Holdo.
Duh.
That's all I'm saying. Holdo. So it's motherland.
Oh,
Holdo's
God.
in charge here. It's the motherland. But okay, look. The thing is, actually, I've lost my train of thought. This is just stupid. So this is this is stupid. I had a thought.
They made her look like a badass after teasing Finn after he got 3 words out.
Yeah, it's not enough to remind me.
All right.
What I was gonna say. That guy commenting actually threw me off. I guess let's keep going in this terrible take on how male protagonists were done better in this movie than any other Star Wars movie.
Rose takes on the role of Finn's guide and mentor.
Mentor of what?
Oh, of how war's bad?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the mentor role.
I swear if it has that stupid line in it in this video.
Oh, it's gonna have it. We're gonna, dude. It will. It will. We'll talk about it when we get there. It will, because I have a lot to say about that line. I have a lot to say, but we'll get there when we get there. We're both thinking the same line. I know we are. We'll get there when we get there. But okay, so like right now, the thing is that he's saying, this channel's saying, I guess I should put it that way, because who knows? This guy could just read scripts, right? Like this might not be his opinion at all. He's just reading the script. So they're saying that Rose becomes Finn's mentor about how war is evil, because remember, he's showing Canto Bight, and at Canto Bight, the lesson learned is that these people are war profiteers. They sell arms to both sides, so they just profit off of war, and war is bad. Who's Finn? Finn is he's a stormtrooper. He's more than a soldier. He's a stormtrooper that was captured as a child and brainwashed, that overcame the brainwashing and realized that what he was doing was wrong. Yeah. If there's anyone who knows anything about war and war being bad and war profiteering, it's Finn. But no, Rose is his mentor. Yeah, he's just a janitor, and Rose has to teach him a lesson that he learned in the first 20 minutes of the first movie.
You know, the reason that he left the stormtroopers to begin with?
I'm reaching up. I'm reaching up to the ceiling.
Oh, God.
I'm feeling for it. I nailed it. I nailed it to the ceiling earlier. I know it's up here somewhere. I'm not going to drop it. Nope, not going to drop it yet. Not going to drop it yet, but I'm thinking about it.
Come on. Look, this whole place is beautiful. I mean, come on. Why'd you hate it so much?
Look closer.
She's the one who pulls back the curtain to expose the oppression festering just below the surface of the galaxy.
Who do you think these people are?
Child slaves.
There's only one business in the galaxy that'll get you this rich.
Okay, pause. Hold on.
No, there's not. It's not the only one.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's not even what I wanted to say. Okay, so the child slave thing. All right, so the child slave getting beat on the beach. How inefficient is that in the Star Wars universe to have a human child as a slave that will eventually grow up and be able to, have strength to resist and fight back?
Oh no! If you're gonna at the end of the movie, he's shown to have
force powers,
Jedi crest, and force powers.
No, it's not the Jedi. That's not the Jedi crest.
Oh no,
it's the Republic crest.
Yeah.
Okay, but no. Here's the thing. Okay, so I'm a multi-millionaire warmongerer who makes money off of profiteering from selling arms.
Yeah.
Is it a better investment for me? This is me. I'm asking you. You're like a trade broker, I guess. I'm a multi-millionaire. You're a trade broker. Okay, so I'm thinking I could buy like a bunch of protocol droids and R2 astromech droids or whatever. I can buy astromech droids and protocol droids to clean up and take care of my what is this place? A casino. Take care of my casino and my racehorses.
And then
or
you
would
can
it
get
be
other droids that are
would it be a better investment to buy human children?
no.
Oh, well, I'm gonna
go for the droids.
I'm gonna go with human children. I'll go with human children. You know that by 18 will be strong enough to put up a fight, and could possibly, you know, if I've hired 20 plus, they'll be able to start an actual resistance on the planet and potentially overtake all of my security.
And that's not putting into account the ones that may be force sensitive.
Yeah, no, not even taking that into account. No. So human children would be better than droids, right?
Oh no, are they going to put the children back in the back of the X-Wings?
Yeah, children as astromechs, and they'll die as soon as we launch into space. Well, except they wouldn't, right? In this sequel trilogy, the human children would probably be really good at fixing X-Wings on the fly.
Well,
and they'd survive in space because TIE fighters don't need pilots with suits. So X-Wings probably don't either. The astromech droids could be filled with people.
So we're using Jimmy Neutron logic now. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. Star Wars. Just like Jimmy Neutron. Which that was a good movie, by the way. I liked that movie.
That was a good movie.
The Jimmy Neutron movie. The Jimmy Neutron show was pretty good too, but I think the movie was better.
The movie was about kids who got fed up with their parents and asked an alien race to take them away.
And then realized the error of their ways.
Yes. Because you need authority figures in your life to give
good
you guidance.
Moral. What a freaking good moral.
Too bad we don't get that anymore.
Unlike Leia and Holdo, Rose holds no formal position of power, but she does speak from a position of moral authority.
Says who?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I guess she does.
Also,
this guy just said she did.
Mechanic.
What
That's all she
makes you
was.
think? No, okay, hold on. I know that, yes, she was a mechanic. We both know that. Not established in the movie. What is she according to the movie?
A lady that tastes Finn and gives him moral guidance, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. She's some lunatic that decided to guard the pods without permission. Nobody gave her the authority to do so. She's literally just a fanatic. There's nothing in the movie. We know she's a mechanic because we know outside lore.
The commissar has all the moral authority.
There's nothing in the movie that says she's a mechanic. Literally nothing.
The only hint that we get is in the beginning of the movie when she's fixing the bombs to drop. That's
sure.
It.
Yeah,
and
sure.
even then,
she might just be a janitor. I mean, Finn is. But apparently,
a lot of you would think I was crazy if I did this. He's crazy.
Yeah, but apparently she's just a fanatic. You know, like she's like basically equal to a member of ISIS. You know, she's just a fanatical person who's decided that you can't leave the order. You know, you can't leave the religion, otherwise you die because Hamas.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, no, freaking Rose is a terrible character. Poorly written. Could have been something. But I mean, I'll say that about anything. Honestly, I'll say that about anything in any of these movies. Is it could have been something if it was written better. But if we're going to judge it based on what we got, it's a lot of poop. There's a lot of fecal matter clogging up this toilet as I try to flush it. And I'm reaching for a plunger, but for some reason my hand's heading towards the ceiling while I watch this movie. Or this essay. I'm getting real close. There's that thing that I nailed up there, and I'm just tapping it, getting ready to fling it off the hook it's on. But I'm not there yet.
What Alston said, she has tears in her eyes when she sees Finn trying to leave. Yeah, why does
she's a fanatic.
Yeah, yep. She believes that if anybody's going to die for the Resistance, all the soldiers are going to die at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Her sister died. I get it. That caused people to be, irrational and illogical. Like, okay, so think about it. If you and your brother signed up for the military, you both got shipped off to Iraq, and then your brother died from what do they call them? Improvised ballistics. Basically car bombs that they set on the side of the streets.
Yeah.
What are those called? IBUs? IBMs?
I think it's no, it's not IBMs.
No, it's not.
I can't recall the
yeah, but so improvised ballistics. There's another letter to it. It's
IED. IED.
Yeah, improvised explosive device. IED. Yeah.
You had the letters right, Proton, just in the wrong order.
IDE. IDE. Improvised device explode. That's what we see. Yeah, it's an improvised device that explodes. But okay.
They also put them inside of their sheep. So.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, no, they do a lot of stuff. They'll put them on children. They're freaking insane.
Yeah.
And I don't. By they, to clarify for anyone listening, I do not just mean Middle Eastern people. I mean fanatics. Fanatics will do these crazy things to attack American soldiers. So say, Cyrac, you and your brother signed up. You were on patrol, and an IED blew up your brother in front of you. Would you not become a fanatic against those people to the point that you'd be like, anybody that wants to leave is a traitor because vengeance? That's just a natural state of things.
Honestly, that is a tough one.
Exactly. It might take years. I think at first you would, and it might take a year or maybe even less, but it would take time. It would take months, minimal, for you to come to the realization that it's not right for me to be like, if you don't fight, then you're just a traitor. Like, honestly, it would take time.
Honestly, if that happened, and
it's a tough question, I know.
More than anything, I would probably try and take out as many enemies in the area on my own.
You'd probably, I don't know the military that well, but I think you would actually get dismissed if you witnessed your own brother die. I'm pretty sure they would dismiss you.
They would dismiss me, especially if there were only 2 males in my family. And
that's a great point. Yeah, that's like, no, we're not going to let your family lineage die at war. You're going to go home. Jeez, would that be a tough struggle? Like, yeah, this is terrible. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. I don't even want to give this. The point being,
I talk about worse.
I feel you. The point being that I do feel like anybody who goes through this kind of a thing would get fanatical towards their side and say the enemy needs to die. Anybody who doesn't believe it is a traitor. And so I get where Rose is coming from. The movie and this essayist are selling it different. Because in reality, this should be sold as a thing of like, Rose needs to learn that even the faction she's fighting against is still just people. Like, that's something to learn. That's a lesson the movie could be trying to teach, but it doesn't. It doesn't go down that road. That's something I think Lord of the Rings does really well, right? Because the Easterlings show up, and Faramir and his men, I think it's in Two Towers, they take out an Oliphant and all the people on top of it, and Frodo is kind of ecstatic, where he's like, "You defeated the enemy," but Faramir's looking at this dead guy, and he's like, "Who knows if he had family members You know what? But like, as in like, brother, who knows if he has brothers and sisters or a wife and kids? But his father and mother, they're going to be distraught that he doesn't come home. He's just another man. You know, that's a huge moral weight to set on somebody, to be like, yeah, no, even in war, the enemy is like you. They have family. You know, and Lord of the Rings is willing to touch upon it, even though I guess it's racist, according to that video we watched. Yeah, it's totally racist. But like this, the thing is, like JJ and Ryan, they don't know how to write nuance at all. Like at all, they don't understand nuance. Where I feel like the first 6 movies do understand nuance. Like, okay, episode 4, 5, and 6, maybe the stormtroopers were robots. You know, who knows? Maybe they were. But when we get to 1, 2, and 3, George Lucas, I feel like, really intentionally established nuance into everything, where there is no good guy. The Jedi, they're not good.
No.
Nobody's good. The Republic's not good. The Jedi aren't good. The Separatists aren't good. The Empire's not good. Nobody's
with the
good.
Jedi, especially with the Jedi being as blinded to events as they are. Especially during the fall of the Republic era.
Yeah, see, and I think it really just comes down to. I said moral. What did you say earlier?
I'm trying to.
I said
remember.
morals, and then earlier you said a word that I think
Virtues.
was better. Virtues. Yeah, I think that's better in this situation too. It really comes down to in the first 6 movies. After you get 4, 5, and 6 are kind of straightforward, where it's like, oh, Luke's the good guy, and the Empire's the bad guys. Until you all of a sudden, episode 6, what's Vader doing? Holy crap! Vader's changing. It's flipping everything on its head. And then 1, 2, and 3, it's like, wait, we thought Jedi were the good guys, but that's flipping everything on its head. And it's like, it really comes down to, at the end of the day, if you're going to side with someone, it's the virtues. It's not the actions. It's like, okay, so at the end of the day, the Jedi are bad, the Sith are bad, the Empire's bad, the Republic's bad. Who do you pick sides with, though? Because like, we can all look at all of it and say they're all bad, but we do at the end of the day have to pick sides. So who's the most virtuous? And that's why I stand Jedi. I was Sith for a really long time, but the more and more I've thought about it, the Jedi, I stand with the Jedi. I think the Jedi are the most virtuous.
Yeah,
they're still wrong.
They're wrong in their execution. They're right in their thinking.
Exactly. They're wrong in their execution, but they're right in their thinking.
Also, Proton says
they're too dogmatic. That's the problem. It's the Jedi are right in their doctrine, but they're too dogmatic.
Proton says that JJ and Ryan are as nuanced as sledgehammers.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Yeah, and I mean, you can look at any J.J. Abrams or Rian Johnson film, and that's exactly the same. They're as nuanced as sledgehammers. Because I have to watch it again. I've only watched it once, but Looper. That's Rian Johnson, if I'm not mistaken. Rian Johnson made Looper. I thought that was an excellent movie. The nuance was definitely delivered as a sledgehammer because it was very obvious very early on what the whole premise is. I won't spoil it here because Star Wars. I'm totally fine with spoiling because we're doing a Star Wars stream, but yeah. I won't spoil Looper. But the whole story was pretty much explained. I feel like in the first 30 or 40 minutes, it was obvious what was going on.
Real quick, this just popped into my head. What series did we say we were going to have Jam Sully watch that he's never seen before? Wasn't it Cowboy Bebop?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, it was Cowboy Bebop. Yeah. There was a couple things we brought up that he hadn't seen, but I think both you, because he agreed that we can do some streams of, I think, some movies and anime that we could all watch together.
It would be pre-recordings and me editing
it down. Yeah.
To get around copyright.
Same freaking difference. But yeah, Cowboy Bebop, I think, was the big one where you and I have seen it, and we're like, I can't believe you've never seen this before. So yeah, we should definitely start with Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Beep Bop Boop.
Beep Boop Bop. Sorry. Cowboy Beep Boop Bop. That's what he said. Beep Boop Bop.
No, it's Beep Bop Boop. It's one
Okay,
in the middle.
Are we getting into this?
No.
Are we really going to get into this? Because we can pull up the SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs is arguing with the radio host about how the song went. We can do that right now. You have the ability.
I do, but I'm not going to get into that.
Hey, well, we have some video commenters. We've had 2. One said they can't join. I do want to highly recommend that anybody watching this that wants to join up, we're doing Star Wars trivia in the next couple hours. It's basically
possibly
possibly, because only if somebody else joins up. I have Star Wars trivia questions. It's going to be really good. Nobody's going to get any of the answers right, and so if you want to prove me wrong, get a microphone and join up. because Cyrax's not going to get any of them. Okay, and no, I intentionally made the trivia questions so that you could not answer them.
Oh, so I don't get a turn.
No, you'll get a turn. You'll just get them all wrong. And anybody else who joins up will get them all wrong. The whole point of this trivia is I made a bunch of questions that I don't think anyone could answer.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's 47 questions. Nobody will answer any of them.
If Jam Sully gets back from his trip, he may be able to join.
There's no way.
You don't think so?
No, I really don't think so.
We'll see. But let's keep going and see what he has to say about the slave children.
Yeah, so literally anybody, if you've never even watched this show before and you happen to be in the chat, just send a message and I'll do it. Even if Cyrax doesn't want me to. I'll send you a link so that you can join, just so I can ask you guys trivia, and you'll get them all wrong. No cheating though. No, you're not allowed to Google it. My workaround for that is I'm going to give a minute and 15 seconds for every question.
Oh, I'll see you around, Proton.
Oh, dude. Hey, have a good night. I mean, you've been here for like 3 hours. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It is getting late. I understand why some people had to go. But it's getting real early in the UK.
Oh, boy.
So anybody in the UK that wants to join,
we'll see.
It's going on like 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's real early. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
She articulates
lousy, beautiful town. Wow, I forgot about her saying that. That's terrible. That's a terrible line.
Proton's got work. He got work.
Yeah, bro. Who doesn't?
We'll have fun. And you can watch this later. I'll leave it up. I always do.
Yeah. No. If I work tomorrow, I would also call it. But yeah, hey, back it up like 10 seconds and then keep going.
She does speak from a position of moral authority.
I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
She articulates the political and moral reasons why the resistance is necessary. And in doing so, she inspires Finn to finally identify as a rebel.
You are always scum. Rebel scum.
And
you're not a rebel! You're part of a resistance to the First Order that is not sanctioned by the Republic.
At this point in the movie, I think the purpose of him saying that is that he is accepting that he wants to be part of their cause.
Okay.
I'm playing devil's advocate, mind you. I don't actually know if that's the case, but devil's advocate.
There for nostalgia bait.
Oh, easily. Yeah, easily it's a nostalgia bait. Very easily. I mean, nostalgia bait in the same sense that it was called The Resistance, and then they keep saying in this movie both Rebel and Resistance. Because there was a lot of people who were critiquing the movie that were like, it's not the Rebels, brah, it's the Resistance. And it's like, oh, well, they say it's both. And it's like, it's not the Empire, brah, it's the First Order. And it's like, well, it seems like it's both.
They don't know what they want to call themselves because all they're doing is just ripping off the original trilogy.
Hold on, put it more specifically. It's not that the characters, don't know what to call it. It's writers. The writers don't know what to call it.
Exactly. The writers don't know what to call the Resistance or the First Order because all they're doing is just taking plot points from the original trilogy, such as
recycling it.
Such as everything in this movie, besides Canto Bight, is just a reverse order of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, well, it's Empire and Return of the Jedi. It's both, but yeah. The same way that Episode 7 is A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. The Last Jedi is Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Like they don't know how. Neither director knows how to make anything unique.
All they can do is recycle old ideas and put their own little.
Yeah, exactly.
Boring plot points into it.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst. All three of these movies are awful. Did you really never watch The Rise of Skywalker?
No, I didn't. After The Last Jedi, I was completely fed up with it.
Oh, me too, but I still watched The Rise of Skywalker just to see if there was a possibility, a small sliver of a chance that there was some sort of coming back from it, and there wasn't.
But I did watch Longman's
his angry rant.
Yeah. And
very accurate, mind you, very accurate.
I got the entire story.
Yeah, you did.
Something that was longer than the movie itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he explained it very thoroughly and all the argumentation for it very thoroughly. That's the one thing the long man has, man, is whenever he sits down to be like, hey, I'm going to do this thing, it's accurate. Like, because he doesn't cover literally everything. Because there's some channels, I'm assuming this one does it, where they'll be like, hey, what's the new hot popular thing? And then they make a video about it. Yeah. Where Longman will go freaking 2 to 3 years before he makes a video. Because if he's going to make a video, it's going to be accurate.
Like his
gotta give him credit.
Awakens one where he's critiquing the movie. He's at part 3 of 6.
Yeah, and it's been like 4 or 5 years that he's been writing it.
And they're all about 3 hours or longer.
Yeah, I think
the last one.
I think that's pretty accurate. Long. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, they're all really long. And for anybody curious, part 3 basically just covers when Han Solo's introduced. That's about it.
Yeah,
that's how far they are in the Force. That's how far he's gotten into the Force Awakens. Is Han Solo's here, like in 3 videos that are multiple hours apiece. He does a really good job.
You good?
Sorry, I was burping.
I know.
Of course I'm good. We got to play Star Wars trivia later. Someone join in so we can play Star Wars trivia. Holy crap, I really want to do it.
And it's her role as moral compass to both Finn and to the audience that's responsible for a good portion of the rage directed at Rose's character from the more toxic side of Star Wars fandom.
You mean the people that actually, want a good character where Rose is not?
I feel like I missed something. What was it that he said was rage directed towards Rose?
Here, I'll back it up. to the 20.
Yeah, I feel like I missed something.
Rebel scum.
And it's her role as moral compass to both Finn and to the audience.
Okay. Yeah, I got
that's
it.
responsible for a good portion of the rage directed at Rose's character from the more toxic side of Star Wars fandom.
Okay, so what makes her a moral compass?
Yeah, what morals does she espouse? The war bad? Everybody knows that.
Yeah. If anything, she's an improper moral compass. Because look at the scene he even just showed. What did Rose just do?
She opened a cage with a dog thing.
Yeah, dog horse thing, right? Yeah. What does Rose not do, or even suggest to do at Canto Bight? I'm asking you just because, like, I already know. I want to see if you, if you picked up on these subtle metaphor that's being told here. Not intentionally despoused, but unintentionally despoused.
I'm having a blank on you.
Oh, geez. Okay.
You're back, but your picture's gone.
Yeah, there was a little bit of lag there.
I'm trying to remember what all was going on in Canto Bight. They got there.
Yeah, there's a few. There's a few things.
They got there. She was angry at all the rich people.
Oh yeah, of course. Who wouldn't be? This is a movie made by someone espousing communist propaganda.
Then they find the slave kids, and they don't free them.
They do free the space dog horses.
Yeah, they don't free the slave kids. They leave them there.
So is that your answer to my question of who do they not? Who does Rose choose not to save?
Yeah.
Yeah. So look at that. This propaganda movie says that horse dog creatures are more important than child slaves. What a good moral compass.
Oh, such a good one. Oh.
Yeah, Rose teaching Finn things that he didn't know, like fuck children, save the animals. So good, so freaking good. I'm so proud of her.
Rose leaving the slave kids on Canto Bight.
And nothing of value was lost.
That's basically what she says. Because I don't know if he's going to show it, but there's the scene coming up where they release the horse dog alien creatures, and they're running out into the field, and she's like, this was a good thing. This was worth it. And then they run away, and I'm just like, hey, what about all those kids that you left enslaved? This is a good thing. No, this is a good thing. Go think about the kids. This is a good thing.
I want to see if he puts that in there. Let's go.
Many of these guys can't help but view a woman who is serving as teacher to a male hero as anything other than preachy, annoying, or emasculating.
Okay, hold on. No, that's not the problem. None of those three things are the problem. Preachy, emasculating. What was the other one that he said?
Let's
help but view a woman who is serving as teacher to a male hero as anything other than preachy, annoying, or emasculating.
Oh, annoying. Okay. Yeah, no. Preachy, annoying, and emasculating were not the problems I had with Rose.
No, especially a teacher to a male hero. Excuse me. There are many women in fiction that are teachers to male heroes.
I'm raising my hand.
Yu Yu Hakusho.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
I'll speak when you're done. I'm raising my hand. Now finish your thing. I'm raising my hand. Teacher, I'd like to say something.
Yes, go. What do you want to say?
Full Metal Alchemist. The teacher to the boys was a woman who lost her child in childbirth.
Annoying and emasculating.
No, she's actually really amazing, and all of the lessons that she teaches our heroes is worthwhile all the way to the point that the lessons that she teaches us within like the first 30 episodes pay out to be worth it in the last 10 episodes. Like she's that important that something that we think might just be a throwaway, because in anime, there's a lot of stuff where it's like we kind of forget what happened at the beginning. By the time we get to the last 10 episodes, it's like all the lessons that she taught the protagonists actually come to fruition and mean a lot to them. They do more in throughout the whole show, but the fact that those last 10 episodes, it just really hits home about how important Teacher was to the boys in Full Metal. So that's all. I'll put my hand down now.
Then you have the teacher from Yu Yu Hakusho, who taught Yusuke and Kuwabara for a time all that they need to know about being a spirit detective and how to control their spiritual energies. She was also a badass. And then you have, let's see, trying to think. Rosen Maiden has several female teachers, and they are all, well, not all of them are badasses, but a lot of them give good moral compasses. But saying that Rose is a female teacher that's a preachy, annoying, and emasculating, she kind of is preachy and annoying because the lessons that she teaches don't really help.
I wouldn't say she's preachy and annoying, but I will agree with you. The one thing I was going to critique him on is the gripe most fans have with her is the lessons she's teaching are either lessons the character she's teaching already learned, so it makes no sense for him to relearn them, or they're so self-evident that it's a waste of time for us to even bother. So it's not that she's preachy, annoying, or emasculating. It's that there's no reason for it to be in the movie. It's just a waste.
Let's see. I'm trying to find. Oh, freaking what was her name from Naruto? Tsunade. Tsunade is a badass teacher.
Tsunade, yeah, fair enough, yeah. But okay, look, no, she's not, because she's too well endowed. So clearly, she's a male power fantasy.
Okay. How about Biscuit from Hunter x Hunter?
Biscuit. Which one's Biscuit?
The little girl that can turn into
a huge old wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is also 57 years old.
Yeah. The problem with her is that she is pedophile bait. There you go.
Genkai is who I was thinking of. For Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah, I don't remember Yu Yu Hakusho that well.
But thing is, Biscuit is a badass and knows how to use Nin, and teaches Gon and Killua.
Oh yeah, no, she's great. I think she's a better teacher than their first teacher.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they established in the lore that she's the teacher of the first teacher that they got in the series. She taught him. So, I mean, that makes sense lore-wise. But no, because she looks like a little girl, it's probably actually it's probably disempowering to women. Because she should have been like 80 and looked it instead of being 57 and looking like a 14-year-old. She should have been.
That's because of her mastery of Nin.
No. See, that's the problem that you're looking at there, is you're looking at it logically from the story perspective. And I'm saying that it's sexist because she should have been an 80-year-old woman teaching men how to be stronger. Because she looks like she's 14, it's sexist. Moving on. Continue the video. I'm right. I'm right.
Hold on, last one. Lisa.
Lisa. You're talking about the superstar that's a female model?
Sort of. She's from JoJo's.
Oh.
the teacher of Joseph.
Wait, isn't Lisa also from Death Note?
No, you're thinking of Misa.
Oh, Misa. Yeah, Misa, Lisa. Yeah, my bad. Lisa. What's the problem with Lisa?
Yeah, give me a problem for Lisa. Too pretty?
She died to cars, so clearly
She did not die.
Yeah, cars killed her, so clearly cars killed her. Yep, cars killed her, so clearly it was written by sexists.
I think you're remembering that wrong.
Cars killed her, so she was killed. Sexists wrote her to die, so she couldn't be a good mentor. Lisa should have been the one to kill cars, is what I'm getting at. So it's sexist that she didn't. The fact that some random guy killed the villain is the problem. Lisa should have been the one to kill him.
No.
Yeah, Lisa dies to cars.
No, she doesn't.
Yes.
She told Joseph after his funeral that she is his mother.
Nope. She dies because cars.
You're remembering it wrong.
Nope. Cars does a sucker punch. Cars does a sucker punch. No, you're thinking of someone else. Lisa. Wait. Yeah, Lisa. Yeah. She dies because Cars sucker punches her. And then she falls to her death and then gets destroyed by scaffolding.
No, she is gravely wounded by Cars in a 1-to-1 struggle, and after defeating his double, she is stabbed in the back from the real Cars, but manages to survive.
Nope.
She survived. She's at the end of Battle Tendency.
Okay, then my first point still stands, even if she does live. Lisa, JoJo's is sexist because Lisa should have defeated Cars and saved the world. The fact that some younger man, if anything, the fact that some younger man happened to come in and save the day just shows how racist Iraqi was.
You mean sexist?
I mean, she was Italian, so he's also racist.
No, she's not. She's Japanese. Wait, no, she's English.
Lisa, I thought she was Italian.
No, she was living in Italy, but she's English. Remember,
okay.
She's Irina and
jeez. Okay, no, then she should have died. Yeah, no, there's no problems with that. She's English. She should have died.
Adopted. She's adopted.
It's perfectly. Carr should have won. The fact that he didn't, it's racist because he was Spanish. He was a Mexican Aztec. So the fact that Cars lost was actually the reason that there's a problem here. It's racist.
All right.
I mean, you're saying an American born in England was able to kill a Spanish/Mexican Aztec. That's pretty racist.
With the help of Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. It's very racist. So JoJo's part 2 is racist just because. I don't even have to get into the sexism of it.
Oh my god.
It's just racist. Let's move on. Come on, let's finish this crap. Let's finish this. I'm sick of this.
The fact that Rose also happens to be played by an actress of color only magnifies their anger.
I want to stop you there.
No.
I'm not even going to talk about magnifies their anger. Actress of color. What year was this video made? Because Asians are no longer colored; they're considered white in modern day. Yeah, what do we got here?
Longman.
Hey, Longman.
2018.
2018. Oh, okay. Well, you're behind the times, sir.
Yeah,
that's
Asians
all I gotta say.
now.
Yeah, Asians are white now. Didn't you know that?
No. Asians are POCs again. Remember?
Wait, since when?
Since that incident.
Which incident? Can you give me a less vague but still vague to not make the gods angry?
I gave it to you.
That doesn't make sense. I read the chat, but I still don't understand. So okay, look, my last understanding was that all of a sudden there was like a bunch of anti-Asian hate crimes going on, and they then were considered people of color.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last like couple weeks, they were no longer considered people of color. Or is it at this point? Is it just depending on the scenario? So
I think it's depending on the scenario.
Oh, okay. So if it comes to college entrance exams, they're white.
No, when it comes to that, they're Asian because Asians get demoted.
It's even harder for them than white people to get in. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so if it comes to entrance exams, they're still Asian, but Asian is the hardest to get in. But then when it comes to hate crimes being dealt to them, they're colored.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's getting more and more confusing. Okay. It's getting more and more confusing because for a little bit, I don't remember how long, but for a little while, they weren't people of color. They were white. Asians were considered white for a little bit. It's hard to keep up, since everything changes. Like, who knows? Am I a person of color? I'm partially Native American. Am I a person of color?
Also,
am I white?
I don't like using that term because I've been told by my friend Freedom, who's been on here before, not to use that in his presence because it's racist.
What, person of color?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I totally agree. I'm literally using it because that's what the racists use.
Yeah. He's like,
you know what I'm saying.
He says it's the reverse version of that old saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. When I'm talking to somebody, I just refer to them as them. Like, it's that simple. Because guess what? We're not racist. But I'm trying to make a point. That's the thing. I'm trying to make a point. So I'm saying POC to make a point.
Yeah.
It's not my opinion. I'm making a point about people that I disagree with entirely. But anyways, it's like, yeah, let's just move on. Let's get this over with. I'm just sick of this.
The other reason for the backlash against Rose is because she interrupts Finn's big heroic sacrifice. During the film's Finn embarks on a self-destructive charge.
Self-destructive. Interesting way to put it.
But his judgment is clouded by his eagerness to act on his newfound convictions.
Oh God.
So what you're saying is
judgment is clouded.
Clear, Finn's suicide attack is doomed to fail.
Pause.
No, we don't know that until Rose hits him.
What? Hold on. What?
Failed because she hit him.
What was it you were gonna? You said something, but I kind of interrupted you and said something at the same time.
He became fanatical.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, he became fanatical for the resistance as well, just like Rose.
So he did get something from her.
I love the way this dude's framing it, where it's like, I forgot the wording for it, but I love the way he's framing it. It's all negative. He's framing it very negatively. I forgot the exact wording.
Self-sacrifice can be negative in some instances whenever it's done poorly. However, whenever there's a build up to it and the character's arc is done, you can kill off the character in a self-sacrificial manner.
Hey, you know what's really fun?
What?
Is when a story has a character set up to do a self-sacrifice and the self-sacrifice is actually poor. That's actually really fun. I can't think of a specific movie offhand, but I know I've seen it before where someone yeah, that might be a good example. Yeah, that might be a good example. But the point that I'm making is I enjoy subversion, right? Which is basically what this whole dude is saying, like, makes this movie the best ever, is because nothing we expect is given to us. It's all subverted. And there's a lot of movies and story arcs that I think are done really well when you set up something that is normally considered heroic and then it falls apart. So say Finn here. Finn here goes for a self-sacrifice to save all of his friends, the entire resistance, everything he loves. He's going to crash his ship right into the enemy super laser cannon, the only weapon they have that can destroy the door. But instead of that happening, his female compatriot slams into him, and he learns a lesson about pride, and all of his friends die, and then we all learn a new lesson. Like that could be really good. That could be really good.
It can be. However, honestly, the self-sacrifice of Finn at this point would have been much better for his character than having to suffer through episode 9.
I'm getting a step ladder out. I'm reaching to the ceiling. I feel like we're going somewhere that I don't want to go.
What do you mean?
Well, remember the thing I hung up earlier?
Oh yeah.
It's a little too high. I'm getting the step ladder out. I'm gonna crawl up there. I'm getting real close to dropping that bomb. If this goes on the direction I'm thinking it is, I might have to. But okay, so the thing is though, to get non-funny and to get serious, I don't want to actually be serious because of how terrible this video is. But to get serious, this scene was really impactful. This was a really good scene. From the beginning to this point, not the conclusion, where Finn realizes that the only way to save his new so he's come back to the light in a way. Or in a way, it's almost that he's gone a full 180. I think that might be the best way to put it, right? Because he started as a position of I kill people who disagree with me, right? Because I've been brainwashed from a child, so I kill people that disagree with my cause. Then, as time went on, he realized the people he was killing and that the people that were dying on his side really had nothing, that they were doing it just because they were brainwashed, that there was no one on his side as conscripted, I'd say. Because like maybe the higher ups, maybe the people that were senior officers realized exactly what was going on, but who knows? We didn't really get that established. We just know that the stormtroopers are children. And so Finn, whenever one of his friends dies, he realizes, holy crap, what are we doing? Why are we in this village just killing innocent people when people I know who don't know anything better than just wielding blasters and shooting people are also dying? What's the difference? Right? So he has this huge conundrum, this huge life-changing moment of what's the difference between us and the enemy. So you have something to say, or are you just
No.
okay? So what's the difference? So then he matures as a character. He decides to save a resistance pilot and defect, not to join the resistance, but just to defect because he doesn't want to kill people anymore. Then throughout episode 7, he realizes, hey, you know what? This super weapon that's going to kill billions of people, billions and billions and billions of people, that should be something that should be stopped, because I didn't like the fact that my friends died, and I don't like the fact that people I don't know died, and this thing is going to kill people I don't know. So I think morally the best course of action here is, even though some people will die, stopping the death of billions and billions of people will be better. And he comes to that conclusion. And that's still morally arguable, you know, and so that's something that I understand that people want to argue. I kind of want to argue it too, because I'm more libertarian, and I'm not sure that anybody deserved to die. But, you know, with caveats. So I understand where Finn's coming from. So then we get to this movie, though, where all of a sudden he wakes up and he says, oh, God, I got to save my best friend. And then, oh, now I'm put into the middle of this fight, and so I got to do this thing, and I'm relearning the lesson that war's really bad, and there's these warmongers and blah, blah, blah. And then at the very end of the movie, he's like, every single last person fighting against this thing that I was once a part of, so everybody fighting against the First Order that's alive, because there's no one else fighting. It's just the people in this cave. They're the last people fighting against the people that I was signed up for. And I understand them better than anyone else. So we can freaking forget the whole Canto Bight scene, because I think Finn would have come to this conclusion either way. He's like, here's the enemy. Here's the First Order, the people that I've been working for. And they're about to kill every single resistance fighter. And that's it. These are the only people fighting back against them. And based on everything I know about them, the way that they're going to take over and enslave children and indoctrinate them and so on to make a military complex state, I can't let that happen. I've got to do something to keep them alive. And so he comes to the conclusion that I'm going to sacrifice myself to save every single person here. And then Rose cuts him off. And apparently, according to this guy, that's a great thing. But the point I'm trying to make, and maybe I've kind of lost myself. Maybe I've just been wandering a path. I've been in the woods for the last 10 minutes as I've been 5 minutes or whatever. I've been talking, and maybe I've just been, walking from tree to tree and just rambling. The point I'm trying to make, though, is this makes perfect sense for Finn. This makes perfect sense that he would be like, I'm going to kill this person. And like you said earlier, which is in contrast to what this person said, who knows if it would have worked? Because it could have. It really could have worked. He could have literally slammed his speeder into the major cannon as the laser fires, blowing up the whole cannon because he jammed the machinery. It could have worked. He could have saved everybody. And and that's a heroic self-sacrifice. That would have been a really good way. If you're going to kill off Finn, that's a really good way to kill off Finn. Like a really excellent way. Instead of having him stick around for the next movie to just continue to be like, Ray, no, Ray, because that's all he does in The Rise of Skywalker. That's it, just Ray. Oh, and Ray, there's something I just forgot to tell you. What? Well, he says that, and then throughout the movie, he never answers that.
What? What do you have to say?
Yeah, well, J.J. Abrams says that he was going to say, "Hey, I'm force sensitive."
Yeah, no.
That was the big, because any normal red-blooded human being, when faced with their death, standing next to the person that they've constantly been chasing after for a year and a week, because that's the entire trilogy. 7, 8, and 9 take place in 1 year and 1 week. So in the last year and a week, if you've been chasing after this female and you're a red-blooded American, okay, not American, but red-blooded human being that's been chasing after a chick for a year and a week, when you're faced with your death, the one thing that you're like, hey, I never actually got to tell you, that thing that you're going to tell them is totally that you're force sensitive as you're dying, because it's totally relevant as a last word. That's definitely what you're thinking about, not I love you or something to that effect. It's totally, hey, before we die, it's been like a year and a week, and I just wanted to let you know I also feel the force. And we're dead now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel anymore about Star Wars.
Bro, I'm just saying, if I was Rey and we're getting sucked into a sandpit and Finn had actually enough time to say the whole thing, according to J.J. Abrams, where he's supposed to be like, Rey, I never told you. And she's like, well, what? And he's like, I'm force sensitive. And then they get sucked into the sand, they slowly die from suffocation. If I was Rey, I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, seriously, Finn? That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? I'm gonna die. And the last thing I ever heard was, by the way, Rey, I'm also force sensitive. You know how you're like a god. I also know how to feel the force. I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, this is the worst. I don't even want to die anymore.
Yeah.
I want to come back out of the sand, force pull Finn out of the sand, and then slice him down with a laser, be like, you're freaking idiot.
That's graphic.
I'm just saying, if I was Ray, I'd be pissed off if that was really his final. Now, granted, if I was Ray and he said, I just wanted to tell you this whole time that I love you, and then I'm dying, even if I don't reciprocate the feelings, I'd be like, well, that was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
That was sweet. That was nice. That was nice of him. I don't love him, because obviously she doesn't, because the writers are racist. Oh, crap. I got to try and grab this thing and hang it back on the ceiling. Oh, no. Just got to reach up. Oh, got to reach up here and put this. Ooh, glad that didn't hit the ground. But yeah, so the writers are insensitive. Is what I meant to say. They're insensitive and they don't realize what they're doing. Because you can't have an interracial couple. You can't have Finn and Rey fall in love with each other. It's clearly got to be the two white characters. It's got to be Rey and Kylo, even though there's no chemistry whatsoever, and there's way more chemistry between Finn and Rey.
But Austin, it's subversion of our expectations because we expect Finn and Rey to get together.
And you're wrong there, because my expectations, and it made me upset just as much, is I thought Finn and Poe were going to get together. And I thought that would have been awesome. I was really looking forward to Finn and Poe. First Star Wars gay couple?
No, yeah.
Yeah, right. I have nothing wrong with that. I was really looking forward to it. And then The Rise of Skywalker released, and I watched the whole movie, and I was like, wait, for real? None of the main characters get together? Yeah, well, that's annoying.
It's like they didn't listen to its poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah, no, there was no rhyming. The only rhyming was for poor plot points that weren't executed well.
Let's finish these 9 minutes.
Dude, we're not going to.
No, that means that Jam Sully gets to sit here next time.
Let's try and do it, though.
Tells him so.
We have another hour.
What? The cannon is charged. It's a suicide run.
Rose tells him so.
It's too late. Don't do this.
No, I won't let them win.
And we see Finn's rickety airspeeder falling apart around him.
Yeah,
but
fair
Finn
enough.
is so focused on striking a blow against the First Order that he can't see how ineffective this strategy is.
How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know that it's ineffective? His speeder may, actually hit the thing and blow it up.
It is silly to see this shot, especially compared to the next shot. It is really silly. He definitely should be 30 feet to the left while doing this maneuver.
Or to the right, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, either way. But he shouldn't be charging straight into the beam. That's stupid. He should definitely be 30 foot off to the left or right, and then at the last minute charge straight into it. But to charge it literally as the beam's charging straight into the beam, that's dumb.
That is dumb.
That's really dumb.
You're better than this.
Yeah, he really is. He's way better than this. This is just poor writing. But yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, how do you know this doesn't work? Because all this essayist is basing it on is the fact that the writer said it wouldn't work because Rose and Rose and Poe say it won't work.
Yeah.
And that's it. And if we're going to use the same logic we've used from the beginning, characters saying something is what it is doesn't mean that is what it is, because we can watch for ourselves. Characters can be wrong, especially in these movies. Because they were wrong about Poe.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish this because I'm about to make you pause it if he keeps showing it. There's totally a spot I want to pause it because it's beautiful, and I don't think a lot of people noticed
that
it.
His action amounts to a noble but senseless sacrifice. Rose
senseless,
to save Finn from himself.
Okay.
Yeah, you first. I think we're about to say the same thing, so you first.
Hold on. This right here.
Understanding that his action amounts to a noble but senseless
right here,
sacrifice, Rose steps in to save
Boom!
You see me. You see her coming headlong into him.
Yeah, I know, it's so great.
In order for her to hit him the way that she did, she had to have been ahead of him, knowing where he was going to be. So it makes no sense that they.
No, that's exactly what I was gonna say. So I was like, "You first." That's perfect. Yes, exactly. No, it makes absolutely no sense, and I guess a lot of people didn't notice that.
Inertia is a thing.
Yeah, but the thing that's more important is the themes that Rose is teaching Finn about war. Why'd you unplug my phone?
What?
All right, I'm back.
Who
Yeah,
Rose. The phone?
Rose is teaching Finn. It doesn't matter. Rose is teaching Finn. That's what matters. Rose is teaching Finn a lesson.
Yeah, his lesson.
Even if it's illogical that she shows up where she does, she's teaching him a lesson.
She's on the left-hand side of him.
Yeah, well, now she's on the right. No, it's what's more important is I'm pretty sure she was actually flying back in the last scene we saw her. She's like flying back and she hops on the radio and she's like, "Finn, no!" And then the next scene we see her is that she's right beside him and hits him.
Like whenever she's talking to Finn, she's looking off to her right, looking at his speeder, and then all of a sudden now she's on the left. Where? How? When? Give me the answers, please.
I think you kind of got that backwards, but the point still stands. Like left and right, I think you got left and right confused during your little rant there, but the point still stands. She wasn't on this. She wasn't on the side that she hits him with.
Look. Hold on.
Finn's suicide attack is doomed to fail.
Yeah, it is.
Poe tells him so.
Only because the writer says.
What? The cannon is charged. It's a suicide run.
Rose tells him so.
It's too late.
She
keeps looking right. Yeah, she's looking right. Yeah.
No. I won't let
so yeah,
and we see Finn's rickety airspeeder.
Okay, hold on. Did we get a full side, or does he not show us the full overall?
Focused on striking a blow against the First Order.
Think he shows the
Can we get an overhead shot? Because there was totally an overhead shot.
Understanding that
no overhead shot.
No overhead shot.
Because she's just gonna, she's just gonna slam. And I love the fact that this is like literally 1 second ago. There's no other speeders, nothing, just his speeder.
They added this trail here, but she wasn't there to begin with.
No, she wasn't. We literally in that last second. You can back up 1 second.
Understanding that his action amounts to a noble but senseless sacrifice.
Pause.
There's nothing here.
Nothing.
Oh my god. I never noticed that before. I was just like, it's weird that she just showed up there. And then I forgot that there's an overhead shot right here that shows nobody around him because they all pulled back.
Exactly. There's no one there. That's why I was saying that it's crazy that, like, technically, while she's saying her lines, she's flying back towards the hangar, or the bunker or whatever. And they're like, "Oh, Finn, don't do it!" And then it's like, "No, I'm gonna do it!" And then she just shows up and bumps him out of the way. It's like, how'd you get there? You were we're both flying full speed the opposite directions.
Yeah, no, that. Oh my god, I forgot.
No, it's a bad movie, dude. It's a really bad movie. Rian Johnson doesn't know what he's doing.
Especially whenever it comes to this, it looks pretty, but whenever you start to break things down scene by scene and look for the minute details, they're not there. Where'd you go? You there?
Rose steps in to save Finn from himself.
Yeah, she saved Finn. She saved Finn from himself.
Yeah, that's. Why are we bringing up Independence Day?
The heroic sacrifice is part of a long tradition in media, wherein death is framed as a way for men to prove their bravery, their convictions, their love, and even their manhood.
Hello, boys! I'm back!
I love that. That scene was great in Independence Day. Oh, you're back.
Oh yeah, dude, I love the fact that she saved Finn from himself. That's good. That's really good. He needed that.
Yeah, he definitely needed that. It definitely isn't, ruining his character.
I know I just got back and all, but why are we watching Independence Day?
Because the male hero sacrificing himself is a long-standing tradition in action films.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, kind of. No, yeah, okay, yeah, kind of. No, I'll agree with that. I mean, do you have a disagreement with that? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, especially whenever it's done well like this. Independence Day, this one scene is so heartfelt because he's like, I'm giving up my kids to save the rest of the world.
Right. No, yeah, it's in a lot of action films that the hero who we stand for is sacrificing more than just his own life in order to save everyone. Like you and I, the cinema viewer. He's saving our lives. We're just lazy pieces of garbage shoveling popcorn into our face.
Yeah.
Looking at a screen with a bunch of flashing lights. But this guy is someone we can look up to because he's willing to sacrifice everything so that people like us can keep shoveling popcorn into our face. That's a long-standing tradition. It's a good one. It reminds us of the privilege we have to watch film.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a privilege, not just, escapist entertainment.
Oh, it's both. It's both. I feel like you were saying that sarcastically, but no, it's both. It's a privilege and...
It is both. I didn't mean it to come off sarcastic.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough, yeah.
I was also, thinking of the next thing I was going to say, but I lost it, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I understand the sarcasm because I'm also really annoyed with this dude's video essay. But we can finish it. Let's keep going.
And movies tend to romanticize images of men going out in a blaze of glory.
Yes.
He did it! The son of a bitch did it!
Yes, he did.
Even when their sacrifice is senseless, ineffective.
See? He agrees with me on a point. This sacrifice is stupid. He also believes that the Titanic scene is stupid. So, I mean, broken clock's right twice a day.
Yeah, you're right. But okay, so why? Why is the Titanic scene stupid?
So Jack could have easily gotten on that door.
Okay, let's ignore logic.
Also,
I'm talking from the standpoint of what he just said, that men sacrificing themselves is stupid. So why is a man sacrificing himself in this instance stupid? Because you're absolutely right. He could have got up on the door. I've seen something where it was showing 6 or 7 different ways that they could have laid together on the door.
Exactly.
There's no problem. But no, we have to both agree that the end of Titanic is dumb, right? This is stupid. There's no reason this should have happened. But from a cinematic standpoint of telling the story where Jack sacrifices his life so that his love can live, is there a problem there? Am I breaking what I was just talking about with Star Wars? Because if I am, then I'll just shut up about my argument.
No, your argument still is very coherent and concise.
Yeah, but if it doesn't coincide or isn't cohesive with the whole Finn argument, where I think Finn charging the laser ray, I don't know what it's called.
So Finn's sacrifice would have saved several more people than
like
Jack's
40.
sacrifice.
Yeah, 40, 50.
Jack saved one person, which a single life is still very, very important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. We should look at it that way. Because you and I are both, humanist, I guess would be the best way to put it. Humanist, where we agree that every human life is valuable.
Yes.
Not that humans are the best thing ever, but
there's definitely bad apples.
Yeah, exactly. But that humans are still worth saving. Even the ones that suck are worth saving to give them a shot at redemption. And if they don't do that redemption, we already have other punishments in line.
Yeah. And even if you're a bad person, your life has value.
Yeah.
And there is a way that you can better yourself to becoming a person who is respectable. However, if you do not adhere to following the virtues of temperance, perseverance, courage, and justice, then you're failing at becoming a much better person.
That's a really good way to put it. Cause see, okay, so the thing is, like, you were military and I wasn't. But the one thing we agree on is, well, yeah, actually, I don't even think I want to put it that way. As joining the military, what you're signing up for is the belief that every human life is worth a chance at bettering humanity. I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Every human has value to this world. And
yeah, see, I don't want to put it that way because that's not true. I disagree with that. Every human life does not have value to this world because we have serial killers and rapists and pedophiles, right?
Well, no.
Everyone has a chance at it.
Well, even with the serial killers and everybody, they can be used as examples of how not to be.
It's true. Everyone can use a bad example. A bad example is a really good example of, like, hey, don't do this.
So they do have some value.
Yes, yeah. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But what I'm saying is I feel like as someone who's willing to step up to the next level, so where I'm just a citizen, you are more than a citizen. I'm just a citizen. And as a citizen, I look around and I say, okay, some citizens are worthy, others aren't. And I judge them based on their actions. And I'm thankful that there's a system of law and order that's instilled, and everyone's worth defense, the best defense they can get. Even if they murder 12 people, they should get the best defense they could get, because I want to make sure that they're properly incriminated for their crimes. Or a pedophile, he still deserves the best defense he can get. Where I feel like as a military person, your purpose would be to defend, I guess even the scum, right? To give them a chance at life, where then the second set of things come in, where what I'm talking about, where it's like, okay, well, if you're an awful human being, you don't deserve the rights that we have here in our country.
Think of the military as the skin of the United States. And
that's a good
justice system as the immune system.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. Yeah. And then the lifeblood, I guess, is the taxpayer.
Yeah. The taxpayer is the red blood cells.
Yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right that the justice system is the immune system. The military is the skin, because the skin can and not 100% eliminate, but it can get rid of a lot of bad infections that are going to get in. But every now and then, there are bad infections. And so then the red blood cells have to show the immune system, which is the white blood cells, that, hey, there's an infection here. And then the white blood cells go through their whole process of removing the infection.
Exactly.
You know, and that's, so the immune system, it still needs the red blood cells, which the red blood cells would be the taxpayers, which is the common person, to point out, hey, here's a flaw. And then they determine whether or not it really is a flaw, because everybody gets, and that's one thing I find beautiful. And as I see it fall apart, I get really upset about is the justice system, because everybody gets a good defense. And if they don't get a good defense, I'm upset. Like, if someone even, dude, freaking O.J. Simpson got a great defense and got away for what the American public looked at and said that was murder, and he got away without committing a murder. And it's like, well, you know, I wasn't really active at the time, so I guess they were right. And then I've watched some of the more modern, and in order to avoid censorship and stuff, I won't say what trial I'm talking about, but I watched someone who clearly didn't commit murder get sentenced.
Tried as such.
Yeah, sentenced to prison for committing murder. And I'm like, well, maybe the justice system doesn't work. And, you know, the OJ trial is kind of the same way, where it's like maybe the justice system, but 90% of the time it does.
90% yes. That we need to go back to the old way of thinking about the justice system. I would rather one guilty person walk than 100 innocent men rot in prison.
Dude, I agree. I've heard arguments for something where it's like basically abolishing the justice system, and I'm like, no, that's a bad idea, because, you know, it's a bad idea because, yes, there are innocent people that get sent to prison. But I'm with you. I'd rather one innocent person walk than 100 get sentenced to prison and die. But that means the system needs to still stand, even with its imperfections. You know, even if out of 1,000 trials, 100 men that are innocent get sent to jail. And that's why I have a really hard time with the death penalty. And I think that's why I'd rather there be jail sentence versus death penalty.
Yeah, and to round out this whole thing, I want to preserve human life. I am against several things, and the death penalty is one of them. And as somebody who is more on the libertarian side of anything, that is very libertarian, because you want to have as many people within the society as you can to do what is necessary voluntarily. And the death sentence just, it takes out the bad apples, but at the same time, you're taking a precious life, even if they are scum. And it also falls into the category of, I just had it too.
Well, look, what I would say is I'm actually for the death penalty if we can get more accurate with our trials. See that? Because, like, I think that someone who takes the life of another person forfeits their own right to living. I also think pedophiles forfeit their life to living. The problem is I don't trust the justice system to be good enough to actually convict the right people on the right crimes.
I just remember what I was going to say.
Yeah.
People are talking about justice reform and all this and everything. The felons that have their rights stripped away, there is statistically proven to be a 5-year period in which they will go back to jail within 5 years of being released. However,
I know what you're talking about.
If they can assimilate back into into the real world after prison and not commit any crimes, even a misdemeanor they have their full rights restored. That means the right to bear arms, everything just gets locked away. That means your employer cannot search within your background to see if you've gone to prison. That way you can get a better job and improve yourself more. But if you commit a misdemeanor, your files are open to the public. So that means if your boss wants to go and look and see if you have a criminal background, it'll show up. You also forfeit your right to bear arms, especially if it was a violent crime. The murder situation, the death penalty, I think, is harsh in its own right, and the people who do commit murder should live with the guilt of having known they took another person's life.
Yeah. On that note, one of the most difficult things for me, and this is why I'm not 100% for the death penalty. Like, I'm for it if we could somehow reform criminal justice to make sure that it's 100% accurate, which I don't think is gonna happen.
That's not possible.
Yeah,
it can never be 100% accurate.
Right, and so that's why I'm not for it, and that's why my caveat is that I'm for it if we really could get it to happen.
Also, pedophiles, if proven to actually be a pedophile and have hard evidence, they should be castrated. Outright.
That is definitely a good way to handle it. But I was gonna say the reason that I have a hard time with like the death penalty is because I met a homeless man. And he was telling me, because I actually used to hang out with homeless people all the time. I'd buy them sandwiches and stuff and just hang out with them. And I was talking to one guy, and I was like, so, asking him about, like, so how'd you wind up here and everything, being on the street? And he said, I served in Vietnam, and then when I came home, I found my wife cheating on me with another man, and I killed him. I was like, whoa, that's pretty rough. And he's like, I don't understand what the problem was, because I signed up for the military. I was taught how to kill people. And then I killed a bunch of people that I didn't think deserved to die. And I came home and I killed someone who I thought deserved to die. And then I was punished for it. And I was like, yeah, that's a freaking good point. Like, I don't know personally how to handle that. And I went to see him every week, even after he told me that story, every week for a few months until I moved out of the city. And I still went to visit that guy, and he seemed like a genuinely good dude. And I really do get that logic that, like, you were sent to Vietnam to basically murder a bunch of innocent people, and then you come home and you kill a guy who you're an adulterer. And there's an actual, like, justification for me killing you, and then the system says, well, now you're a murderer. And it's like, well, what about all the stuff I did back here that you paid me to do? So, like, I totally get where he's coming from. It's a rough position to be in.
It is. And that's just the cold, hard truth of the world.
Yeah.
But enough about all the deep stuff, since we can talk about that a lot more.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we both agree on that it's like it's too nuanced to have I don't think either of us could have an actual position on how to handle that. It's just there's too much to it. It's too nuanced.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but
so
we can
move
throw
on.
out these ideas however long and not hit the broadside of a barn.
Yeah, but you know what we can do?
Finish this video?
We can tell this guy how much he's a racist and a sexist for suggesting the ideas that he's suggesting.
You might want to put that back up on the roof.
Whoa! Oh, crap! Oh, it almost hit the ground. I barely caught it.
Man, I think you've fumbled it quite a few times already.
Yeah, well, that's what I get for standing up on this step stool. Oh man. Okay, it's gonna take a couple minutes for me to put this back up, but yeah, let's
well,
watch.
In that time, let's continue this.
Yeah, let's watch this.
Or
I'll
unnecessary.
put this back up. What? Never
This
seen this
notion
movie.
that death, and violent death in particular, is redemptive or restorative for men is so deeply ingrained in media that many angry fans are adamant that Finn's misguided kamikaze attack would have succeeded, despite the film explicitly telling us otherwise.
And that's the problem. If the film didn't tell us that it was going to fail, we would have believed that it actually would succeed. But the film has to go out of its way to tell us that it will fail. Otherwise, that thing right there on screen, this thing right here, that would be gone.
Yeah, no, isn't that what I was trying to say about everything so far in this video essay? Is that if the movie didn't tell these people who make these kind of video essays, then we as the critical observer would be right. Like the only reason Poe is wrong is because there's characters that tell him he's wrong. And so now here we are at this state where it's like, well, Finn's wrong. And so, why is he wrong? Well, the characters in the movie tell him he's wrong.
Yeah, that means the writer's telling you he's wrong. Whenever
we can watch evidence and we can say, no, I don't think he's wrong. Based on the evidence of everything before this point.
Yeah.
This is kind of a more difficult scene, and I think what you're saying is correct, where it's like the only reason he's wrong is because the film writer says, because we easily, as the audience, could have believed that he could have rammed that and stopped it. Right?
More daring feats of self-sacrifice have been shown in media.
Right, and then the audience believes.
For the time that cinema has been around, and even in literature, more outrageous self-sacrificing scenes have been played out.
That's true. Yeah, especially in literature. And so the only reason that this guy can make an argument is because the author said, or not the author, the writer. The screenwriter said, no, Poe failed. Finn. That's it. That's the only. Oh yeah, Finn. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Finn failed, and so the screenwriter can say he failed. There you go. Rose is right.
And thing is, if he was going to die from the high speed that he was going into this thing, how did he survive this?
Yeah. Oh, is that Rose? Is that Rose's speeder right there off to the left with the shadow cast?
Yeah.
There's a shadow.
There's Rose.
No, on the left. On the left. That shadow that's like a giant square almost. Right on the edge of the screen. I'm pretty sure that's Rose. She hasn't even got out yet.
One? No, that's this one right here.
No, the shadow all the way on the left.
This one over here?
No, the shadow on the left. That's a giant square. Yes, that's Rose. Rose is still in that speeder.
Both speeders are right here.
No, that's one speeder.
This shot makes no sense.
This one speeder. The other speeder survived entirely and landed off to the left of it. I'm pretty freaking sure.
We'll see.
And then she gets out. She gets out and runs up to him. But like what you were saying, like this is a scene. This is a series of scenes or a series of events that if someone wrote it so that his speeder crashed into the laser and blew up the laser and saved the day, we would have believed it. But instead, they went the route of, you're not going to do it. And then someone rammed into him and it was like, yep, the laser's alive. And you failed. Freaking Finn. You freaking... Okay, go ahead and start. I was going to say a bad word.
Sensed that a woman got the big damn hero.
Oh, no!
Oh, yeah, it was Finn that was running. So that's Finn right there running from his speeder right here. Over here.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Wait.
Yeah. That a woman
there he is.
Big damn hero moment. And she got it, in their view, by robbing a male hero of his chance at martyrdom.
Okay, hold on, pause it. Okay, I wasn't entirely listening to what he said, but how funny is it that the guy who was sacrificing himself gets sidewindered by a chick, and then the chick is laying near dead in her pod, and he gets out of his to run over to her to make sure she's okay. Like, isn't this almost spitting in the face of what this guy is trying to say?
Yeah. Ooh, there's a. I want to hear the bad line though, because it's coming up.
Oh, it is. But I'm just saying, in the case of Finn, with what this dude's trying to say, Finn, even though getting robbed of a heroic moment, now that I'm watching this again, holy crap, he gets a heroic moment where he survives what should have been a fatal crash, gets across the enemy lines as AT-ATs are everywhere, runs across enemy lines, revives her, like wakes her up from her pod, who just rammed into him, and saves her life. Because he also then, after this scene, drags her all the way back to security inside of the cave, right? So like he's still a hero, you know.
Yeah.
But just for this one, so like I'll give Finn that, man. I'll give Finn that, and I'll give the writers that. They still make Finn a hero in the sense of all this. But the moral that they're trying to teach Finn is totally wrong, delivered terribly, and an insult to his character.
Especially, yeah, like you said, the way that it's delivered is bad.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably the worst part, is how it's delivered. But yeah, we're real close to the line. You know,
This
the
is where he
famous
says
line.
it.
This is the famous line. Let's see if he shows it.
I saved you.
Did you? What?
You saw that, right? Hold on.
Why did we cut
Got
to
it,
Luke?
in their view, by robbing a male hero of his chance at martyrdom.
Why would you stop me?
Blazer in the background.
I saved you.
Oh, there goes everybody else in the cave.
Everyone's dead. Yeah, everyone's dead now. Oh, I love it. I freaking love it. Why did we cut to Luke instead of finishing this scene?
Because he's talked about Poe, he's talked about Finn, but he hasn't gotten to Luke yet. Because remember, he said that 3 male heroes in this movie?
Okay, so he's also made sure to, cut before there's any...
the worst line in the entirety of Star Wars, which originally was held by this particular scene here.
Oh, no, don't do that.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that.
I had to do it.
No, you didn't. You didn't
Because
have
that's a
to.
much better dialogue scene now than
Okay.
the one in this scene.
Look, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is I'm pretty sure that he's successfully cut every time the male protagonist that he's hating on actually had a moment of redemption, not through the film, but through the film. Does that make sense? So not through the dialogue and the way the characters are portrayed, but through the actual visuals that we see on screen. This guy has done a really good job at trying to edit out every time you could argue against it based on the movie. Like the fact that here he is showing this moment, and then he's like, oh, but before Rose says her line, we're going to cut away. And I have a feeling that now that he's done Poe and he's done Finn, like you were saying, he hasn't done Luke. So he's going to do Luke. And at the very end, he might show us these clips, and he's hoping, because it's 20 minutes long, we've forgotten the context of the clips, so that he can show us like this moment here where Rose gives the line as the entire wall gets destroyed and all of the resistance is wiped out. We'll just forget that that's on screen. We'll just hear the line because enough time has been spent talking about something else. That's what I think's happening here.
Yeah, if he's going to come back to this later, this scene here, if he comes back to it without the full context, then your theory may be right.
Yeah, well, he's going to come back to Poe too. He's going to go back to Poe at the beginning of the movie because he didn't show the context for that either. He cut it off early.
By the way, I'm sending this to Jam Sully. I'm sending this video to him and telling him to watch the
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it.
He's gonna have to.
Nope, he won't. He barely watches anything over 3 minutes that I send him.
Short attention span, but can talk for hours.
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it, but it's funny.
It is.
You and I will sit here and talk for hours and also listen
You
to
forced me. You forced me to sit here for hours talking about this. How? I told you what I wanted to do. I wanted to do Star Wars trivia.
Well, we didn't have any other people.
Yeah. So instead, I'm sitting here buying time for when more people show up to do Star Wars trivia. But now that we're getting close to the end of the stream, I'm thinking you tricked me.
Hey, I tried to find people, man.
Let's
I
just
messaged everybody that I know.
I don't think we're going to finish this. I really don't.
So.
I think we're going to have to do a part 3. The part 3 will be really fast, though. And we can probably do something else. But we're close. We're freaking close.
So close. Let's go.
Yeah, please.
When Rey finally meets her hero, the legendary Jedi Knight isn't at all what she expected.
No, it's not her hero. She didn't even know Luke Skywalker existed in the last movie. She thought he was a myth.
Yeah, she did.
It's not her hero. She has no connection to Luke at all. She thinks that he doesn't exist. Han Solo says, no, for real, it's all real. And she's like, well, that's crazy. And then Leia says, hey, now that we got the full map and you've got his lightsaber, you should go to him. Even though it's Anakin's lightsaber, but it's still like, as Luke Skywalker, because both of them used it at one point or the other. So she literally just goes because it's like, well, I guess I need to go do this to go get this hero that I didn't believe was real. So she's going skeptically. And then here it is. It's not her hero. That's terrible. This dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Luke is not her hero.
Yeah. And plus green milk.
Luke would be like if you actually met Buddha or Jesus. Where it's like, oh, sure, yeah, they're in stories, but they're probably not real. And someone's like, no, like for real, here's a map to him. And you're like, fine. If you're saying that'll save the world, I'll go there because, I'm a good person. I want to save the world. And then you show up and you're showing up expecting that it's not real, and it's like, oh, so you're Luke? And then he goes and does all this crap. And you're like, yeah, you're not Luke.
No, not at all.
There's no way you're Luke.
Especially with the way that you act.
Oh, jeez. But no.
Luke Skywalker has become a cynical old hermit.
Because his nephew had a bad dream once.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Nephew had a bad dream. Now I'm going to go to this planet to die.
It's funny that the people that know Star Wars, you don't even have to know Star Wars outright. You just have to watch the first 3 movies to understand that Luke sees the good in everyone. He even says it outright whenever he's talking to his father.
Dude, but video essayists eat it up. They love the fact that he's an old hermit that just wants to die. I don't know why they eat it up, but they eat it up, man. They eat it up.
I don't get what it is with escapist entertainment and having the legacy characters become these cynical old.
I don't either.
Angry people.
I don't know. I really don't. But it's really funny that he said that she really looked up to him or whatever. And it's like, no, she really didn't, because in episode 7 she was like, oh, he doesn't even exist. And then by the end of episode 7, they're like, yeah, we'll go meet him. And she's like, I mean, okay, sure. Chewie and I will go meet him, I guess. And that's it. And then he happens to exist And she's like, "Oh crap, you're real. So let me reach into my bag and give you this lightsaber that I was told belongs to you." That's it. Like, that's it. It's not. There's no connection. There's no like, "Oh my god, I'm meeting Luke." It's more like, "Oh crap, hey, I have this thing. It's yours." It's like if you and I never met, and then my dad was like, "Oh, by the way, you have a cousin, and this puffin pop toy is his," and I'm like, "Oh, cool," and then it's like, "Sure, whatever, yeah, you say you exist." It's like, "Well, go here," and then I do, and I show up, and then you're there, and I'm like, "Oh, by the way, my dad gave me this puffin pop toy. He said it used to belong to you, and I give it to you," and you're like, what the F is this? I don't remember this. I'm 30 years older, and you just throw it away. It's like, that doesn't mean anything. That's literally what happened. Like, you handed me this thing that you said belongs to me, but apparently I don't recognize it at all. Where I'm like, this is irrelevant to me. I'm an old man on an island, and I want to die here. There's no connection. What the crap's this guy talking about?
Yeah, this whole scene here of him looking down at his father's lightsaber, and I hate that they call it Rey's lightsaber.
Oh god, do they?
Yeah, they call it Rey's lightsaber all the
god,
fucking time.
So it's Anakin, Luke's, and Rey's?
Yep.
That's really disappointing.
Luke's is green because he is more in tune with the Force.
Luke's is green. That's true. Yep.
Anakin's is blue because he's more combat oriented, and Rey, because she's
yellow.
Super special, is yellow.
Or gold, yellow.
Which is in original lore.
For some reason, people say it's gold, but yeah,
it's only used for ceremonial instances. And it's not even a real kyber crystal synthetic like the red lightsabers.
No, that's not true. It's Sentinels. Sentinels use yellow.
You're right. Sentinels do use yellow.
Yeah, it's blue, green, and yellow are the traditional colors for the Jedi.
God. I just remembered. Sentinels are yellow because they're protectors.
Yeah.
That means that Rey is considered a protector.
Yeah, she's a defender of the Force.
Oh my god!
I had to. Yeah, I couldn't even say that without laughing. She's a defender of the Force, bro. All right, move on. Come on, let's watch this. Let's finish this. Holy crap!
Consumed by fear and guilt that he's turned his back on the Resistance and closed himself off to the Force. Needless to say, this comes as a tremendous shock, both to Rey and to the audience.
Yeah, because it makes no sense for his character. Moving on.
Well, I don't know why it comes to a shock to the audience. Well, I know why it comes to a shock to the audience, is what I mean to say. I don't know why it comes to a shock to Rey. Rey has literally no preconceived notions of who Luke is. The only reason I can imagine it comes to a shock to her goes back to episode 7, where JJ talks about the fact that the main characters are literally inserts for the fans, where they're living a fantasy of being in Star Wars, which you should never write a character like that. You should never write a character. Like, the only time that works is The Last Action Hero. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
The Last Action Hero?
With Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, where a kid goes to watch a lot of movies, and then he happens to get a magical golden ticket that sucks him into a movie. Right? That's the only time that actually works, where it's like, this character is a self-insert for people who watch movies. This doesn't make sense, because in episode 7, whenever Rey and Finn get into the Millennium Falcon, JJ in the commentary track talks about that this is actually a moment where they're both getting to live out a fantasy of being in the most famous the most famous cinema spaceship of all time. It's like, well, wait, why would characters in the universe feel that way? That they're getting to live a fantasy of cast members or of audience members? That doesn't make sense. And it's like, that's the way that they wrote the movie. And so now here we are, where it's like, oh, Rey has preconceived notions of what Luke's like. No, the audience has preconceived notions. Rey should expect all of this to be natural. She's never even heard of it. She thinks he's dead. She thinks he's a myth. And it turns out he's real. He's real, and it's like, so any way he behaves would be like, oh, well, yeah, I guess that's what he's like. I never really knew what he was like to begin with. But no, it's all shot from the perspective of the audience, because they're the main characters are all self-inserts of audience members. Terrible way to write a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can continue now that I'm done ranting.
Like
Sorry.
Rey, many Star Wars fans were expecting Luke to appear as a triumphant badass, the one they remember, or rather misremember, from the original trilogy.
Oh,
misremember. That's a big claim, buddy.
Yeah, misremember from the original trilogy. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I misremember the movies that I've seen several times over because I enjoy them so much.
Yeah,
I misremember Luke's character and the characterization that George Lucas and the other writers of the scripts gave him.
Whew, geez. Yeah, I guess I
missed something, I guess.
I guess from... Wait, when did the episode 1 come out? 98? 99?
Yeah,
99.
90, yeah.
99?
99, and then episode 2 came out in 2000.
So I guess the character I watched for 2 years on repeat, as I continuously, like, seriously, some of my earliest memories are going over to my babysitter's house, and in order to satiate me, she would literally sit me down with a bowl of cereal and turn Star Wars on. And I would just watch the Star Wars movies every time I went over to her house. And that would keep me entertained for the entire time I was being babysat until I had to go home. And so apparently for, what would that be, like 2 years, 3 years? Until episode 1 came out. And then I continued to rewatch the movies. But yeah, so for at least 2 years of my childhood, I guess, but I'm actually going to go further, because the sequel trilogy didn't come out until 2015. So from 96, 97 to 99, I literally, the only Star Wars I had was the first 3 movies, and I watched them repeatedly. And then episode 1 came out, and I still watched the original trilogy repeatedly. And then episode 3 came out, and I would continuously, because my parents, Hollywood Video, remember when there was movie rental buildings that you could actually go to and rent movies from the physical structure and bring them back to your house? So just about every week, my parents had a thing where they could rent 3 movies a week on a subscription fee. And they would rent 2 movies and they'd let me rent 1. And I continuously rented episode 4 and 5 just about every other week. All the way up until I was 17. So that's a long time, is what I'm getting at. There's a long time of me watching 5 and 6, 1, 2, and 3, up until episode 7 finally came out. Because I never actually, even as a kid, I wasn't a big fan of Return of the Jedi. I thought it was the weakest movie. Even as a kid. So he's saying that basically we'll just say 13 years. So 13 years of me watching the original trilogy. It turns out I misremembered the main characters. after 13 years of watching the movies over and over again. I'm just misremembering them. That's the point I'm getting at.
That means
I misremembered them.
Let's see.
Oh,
I started.
Jeez.
The first Star Wars film I saw was Episode 4.
Yeah, of course. It should be that way. That's me too. 4.
Back in 97.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah. That's a couple years after the special The VHSs came out, I think, in '95.
I had the originals. My dad had them.
Yeah, well, technically that's a special edition. The VHS versions, there is no originals of the theatrical versions. George Lucas made sure of it. So
they had a VHS version of the originals because there was the originals that came out in the '80s, and then the special editions that came out in the '90s.
I think you're wrong. If I'm not mistaken, the only time the theatrical version's been released was around 2005. It's the only time.
No, even those are not theatrical because George Lucas decided to put all the special editions over the original cuts.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that because I'm pretty sure the only originals were released on DVD one time, and that's it. And Laserdisc. I think the theatricals were released on Laserdisc.
That may be a thing. Yeah, I'd have to look into it.
Other than that, when it comes to the VHSs, it's only the special editions, which were released in '95, and I'm telling you, that's what you and I grew up on. And that's perfectly fine because the special editions are great. They're tinkered with, but compared to what we have now on Disney Plus and Blu-ray, they're barely tinkered with.
Yeah, I would much rather watch the special editions over and over and over again rather than watch the Blu-ray editions because the 95 version isn't bad. The 2005 versions of the movies, they're terrible.
Yeah, because I understand why people who actually watched it in theaters. I understand if they watched the 95 VHS version and say this isn't right. I totally get it. But for every other version, since we grew up on the same version of Star Wars, it's that every other version seems terrible. So based on that, I totally get why other people. But so basically, we've seen Star Wars for the same amount of years, right? Because, like I said, the special editions didn't come out till '95. I don't think I started watching Star Wars until 97, 96, 97. So we basically have 13 or 14 years, if not longer, before this movie comes out.
Yeah.
And then he's going to tell us we misremembered.
No, excuse me.
And I was...
We had a little bit longer than that. We had about 20 years of experience with Luke.
Yeah, roughly.
Because Last Jedi came out in 2017.
And everybody knows that children can watch a VHS to the point that the magnetic strip wears away. Okay? And you and I essentially did that. I don't remember the magnetic strip ever wearing away. But the point being, kids can do that. And we were kids, and Star Wars came out on VHS, and we watched it repeatedly.
Because it was entertaining to us.
Yeah, because it's one of the best movies ever made. It's freaking great. Episode 4 and 5 are so freaking good.
They really, really are.
They're some of the best cinema ever.
I need some clips from 4 and 5. Some maybe from 6. But
yeah, no, 6 is okay. 6 is
I have
okay.
a lot from 1, 2, and 3.
It's really the throne room scene is the only good part of 6. The rest of it is kind of it's all right.
I mean, the Ewoks holding C-3PO on a throne is kind of great.
God. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna disagree. It is hard for me to say that 6 is bad, especially with the other 6 movies that there are in Star Wars. It's hard for me to say 6 is bad because when you're comparing it to 1, 2, and 3 and 7, 8, 9, to be like, okay, well, how does 6 hold up to that? It's hard for me to say it's the worst one of those 6 movies because compared to them, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I have a point of contention with one of my friends regularly because he thinks that the sequels are all of them are better than Attack of the Clones, where I have the
Dude,
reverse.
Didn't Delander say that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I tried not to be mean on that stream, and I hope that I wasn't.
No, you're fine. He enjoyed talking to you.
Okay, good. Because after that was over, I was like, man, I might have been kind of a jerk. Because I'm really opinionated. I'm like, I have really strong opinions.
He and I have that discussion regularly whenever Star Wars is brought up, and I give my reasoning all the time for it. And whenever he's on here, we can do it again because it'd be great.
Yeah. Well, no. Next is conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah, conspiracy theories, and he doesn't know this yet. But we're going to talk about flat Earth, and he absolutely hates it.
Oh, dude, I'm your flat Earth prophet.
Oh boy.
I know the entire flat Earth argument inside and out. I can argue it really well.
He does too, and that's his problem. Is they made me look into this.
I might be
understand them from the inside.
You know what? I might have to look into more flat Earth just so I can try and argue against him. So that if he's like, yeah, but what about this? So I can just keep going. Because that'd just be great. But anyways, I think this is something we're gonna have to do a part 3 to, because we're
out of time.
Yeah, we're kind of out of time. What are we? 14 minutes. We'll start back at 14 minutes in. This is terrible. This video sucks. Jam Sully, you're the worst person ever. Why did you make us watch this? Oh jeez. Yeah, but yeah, I think we should do it again. We'll finish it.
I'm gonna leave on a brighter note of a better character than anybody in the sequels.
All right. Well, dude, it's been fun. Anybody that checks out this video, hey, check out the Bear Thing show. We're just a couple guys that sit in a field and talk about random stuff.
That is true.
The last video we did was about what was the last thing that came out? Oh, we talked about Full Metal Alchemist, the rule of equivalent exchange, and then is there such a thing as true evil? And I believe coming up, our next video is talking about not embodying your heroes. It's okay to have heroes, but you shouldn't try to embody them.
I do have one thing to say about you with episode 23, and the business is the church.
Oh, that's a good one, right?
You cut it at such an awkward place.
That wasn't my fault. That was the camera's fault. Yeah, no, that was the camera. Dude, I'm gonna bring because that was my dad. I'm gonna bring my dad back for some more. But unfortunately, he showed up at like basically the end of my phone's battery life, and when we had it plugged in with the microphones plugged in, it made the microphones all staticky and poppy. Because of electrical interference. And then we were like, okay, well, forget that. We'll use Jam Sully's phone. And Jam Sully cannot set up a phone, so the video is like basically pointed at the ceiling or at the floor. And so we decided to just be like, okay, well, here's the one video that is actually good quality, and we'll upload that. But we're gonna bring him back and talk about more. I can't guarantee that we'll finish that conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was actually it was so good.
Awkward spot.
Yeah, there was another hour of that conversation. It was really good. It was a really good conversation. I'm upset that we didn't get it all, but I thought it was better to upload the 30 minutes than to not upload any of it.
That was a good choice, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and get him back on. The scheduling is really difficult when it comes to any guest. Honestly, scheduling is difficult. It's easier for Jam Sully and I to hang out once every couple months, but to also line up that once every couple months with anybody else gets pretty difficult. So generally it's just he and I, but every now and then we get a guest.
That's good. I want to come back on, but I gotta find the time to come up.
Yeah, see, exactly. It's that's the problem. That's what we like about this. Like this show, because both James Sully and I are of the same opinion that this show, which still needs a name, is going to way outperform our show because of the fact that it's much easier to get guests on because it's over the internet.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so this is going to do great. Also, I like the idea of watching videos, which we don't do on my channel.
And arguing them.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, for real. As we're about to leave, check out the Bear Thing show. The easiest way to find us is to log on to YouTube for kids, right? Like log on to the kids YouTube, and then search the Care Bears. And we should be the #1 channel.
Wait, what?
That's probably the easiest way to find us.
Or if you're watching this video, the link is in the description.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's an option too. But yeah, your kids have probably seen us. If they like the Care
Bears. The way that the YouTube algorithm is, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, exactly. But I did go out of my way to specify for every single video that we're not intended for children. So I don't know why searching for the Care Bears pulls our channel up, but it does. It does. So there's that. But yeah, the next video. Well, I'd actually say in the video I'm really excited for actually comes up in about 2 or 3 weeks, and it's when we talk about why the West is the best and Alien. Like James and I get into a really hard discussion because James claims to be a social justice warrior, and I disprove him pretty quickly by the fact that I start stating all my opinions and say, well, do you disagree with this? Do you disagree with this? And he's like, well, no, not really. I'm like, yeah, okay, so you're not a social justice warrior. Otherwise, you would be completely against everything I say.
I wouldn't have pegged him as one.
Yeah, exactly. He's really not. Dude, he would have loved this video if he was, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. That comes in like 2 or 3 weeks, and then we start getting into aliens, and crap like that. It's all old news, which is really unfortunate for the way that we record. But I also talk about the military movements of all the major players of the world, like where troops are set up. Because Russia's been moving troops into certain areas. I'm not going to spoil any of it, but it's technically old news. But like Russia's troop movements, Iran's troop movements, China's troop movements, and our troop movements. I talk about all that and show news articles related to it. Because I kind of look at it like a game of Risk, where there's not technically engagements, but the world is moving troops into certain areas that is all consolidated near the Middle East, to where we're having a head off, and this is months ago. But that's the nature of recording things like 3 hours in advance and then only releasing 30 minutes a week.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but anyways, that's enough for me shilling out my dumb channel. I'm excited to watch this as we call it a night. It's been fun. We'll have to do a third part, and hopefully we get Jam Sully. And we still need to do Star Wars trivia. I have a whole new Star Wars trivia.
Whenever he's here, we can have a round 2.
Yeah, no, anybody. I've also changed the rules to make it more fair.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll explain it when we start. I've only changed a couple rules, and I think it makes it more fair. And like I said, I also added the daily doubles into the questions. Like I've already pre-picked what questions are the daily double, so I think that'll help. for the whole balance of the game. But really, there's no way you're going to answer more than 5 questions. The rest of them are that ridiculous. Like, there's no way anyone's going to know the questions.
You think so?
Yeah. See, the thing is, okay, I'll put it this way. All right, so the fact that you actually got like 22 or 55 freaking thousand points on the first one, whatever ridiculous number it was, I was taken aback, and I was like, well, that wasn't the intention, because the whole point of the first time I made a Star Wars quiz show was these should be questions no one can answer. And it's more of a joke. The idea is that I ask these questions, and then people give whatever answer they think it is, and then I get to laugh at them and give them the real answer, and then we all laugh together at how stupid the answer is. And I mean, for the most part, I did that right, because there was more questions that weren't answered than were, right? Whenever it was you and James, it was mostly just like, here's a guess, and then someone else would guess, and I'd give you the real answer, and it was like, well, that was really dumb. So I've restructured it. I've made a whole new quiz show, and the intention is no one should be able to answer any of these questions. Maybe 5 tops will get answered. So I think that means max score would be under 1,000. So under 1,000 points should be the way the next one goes, because I went even harder on here's questions no one should know the answer to. So whenever I give the answer, we can all laugh about how stupid the answer is, and hopefully it lives up. And if it doesn't, if we get some stupid point value like we did last time, then I'm just going to have to double down again. And I'm going to have to make an even harder quiz with more questions that shouldn't be answered.
We'll see. We will see.
Yeah.
We're going to leave it here.
It's a challenge that you're giving me because you were the one that answered the most questions.
I know.
I've just got to keep trying to stump you.
It's also funny that Jam Sully bet everything that he had. And
and it was 0 points. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, so you guys, if you're watching this, you should check out the last show, because about halfway through we started Star Wars Trivia. And then coming up in the future, we're going to do Star Wars Trivia Round 2, which should be even dumber.
As soon as we can get Jam Sully on here.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. But anyways, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Memories you stole from me. I don't know what I used to be. They pledged to me their loyalty to something that I used to be. We've been running from this place until I make us feel scared, but they won't recognize my face. I give up faith in this place. I need my mind to feel grace, so I won't recognize my face. They died for me, and not for glory, but for someone that I used to be. No vision seemed to share with me. Now share me what I used to be. I'll keep on running from this place until I make my sweet escape. They will recognize my face. I gave up papers in this place. I need my mind to be erased, so I won't recognize my face.